to the communities in those areas that are affected more than others, like Klickitat and Trout Lake areas. Goldendale has changes as well, but I think Pat already knows about this. He's on the contact list, Pat Munyon. So anyway, if you're okay with us doing that, I'd like to send this out to the town councils.
Yeah, I mean, anything, because we always get that 6 months after everything's adopted and done, people are, hey, we're about process.
Yeah. So we'll do what we can.
So why is FEMA not? Because they just don't have to, they don't care, sorry for people online.
Yeah, you know, they have their process for doing things, and they're, you know, I think they feel that what they're doing is enough and meets the requirements that they have. But I think it'd be nice to go a little bit beyond that and make sure that these affected groups know.
Right.
Well, they've
Give
only
people the chance.
changed the
Yeah.
times and dates, like,
Yeah.
seems
Yeah,
every day you get a different email.
Yeah, and this is probably has changed already, so we'll get the most updated one and send it out. But the date's still the 14th, as far as I know.
Yes.
All right. And then I know I did this individually last week to y'all, and it's not really wasn't the way I wanted to do it, but my wife needed to give notice to the groups that she has been involved with, and so anyway, I will be retiring here at the end of the year, and just wanted to let you know. What's that?
One vote. Yeah, no.
No, sorry.
So
Check your contract.
just got to keep working.
Yeah.
Death do us part.
Yes.
You know, but I thank the board because Public Works does and accomplishes what we do because of your support, and that's how we've accomplished all the good things that we've done. I know that when I came here, I was asked to build things. That we had a bow wave of projects that weren't getting completed, and that was what I was tasked with, and we blew through that stuff in probably about 5 years or more. And then we discovered that Jeff specifically, was really good at writing grants. And so we just kept getting money and projects, and we still are successful in doing that. And that has allowed us to keep building infrastructure and things for the county. I think about the fairgrounds as a great example of the work that needed to be done, and we've chipped away. You know, it wasn't like we got a lot of money to do everything at once. We do it in little phases. We know that the exhibit hall that was used for storage in the winter was all boarded up. All the windows had been covered over, and you know, we got grants to open that all up and finish it. And then we got money to finish the second phase. We've upgraded all kinds of buildings out there, and hopefully that will at least help maintain the structures and facilities that we have out there. And then we have gone through and remodeled most all of the courthouse offices during this time. We built this building and did the campus improvements, made improvements at the Pioneer Center, which shouldn't have had any, but they did. And then all of our parks and other things. So, and that's because of the board's support. You know, I just want to reiterate that. So thank you. And it's really been a pleasure working with everybody. That's what really makes it worth being here, is working with the people that I've come to know and develop relationships with. And that's how we get things done. So just wanted to say that. So we'll just keep going. I'll let Jeff keep going.
Okay, so we have concurrence to award the second phase of that snow plow contract for Goldendale today. Just in the nick of time, I'm afraid. And that's for 134, like I told you guys last week. Still pretty expensive, but not quite as bad as the other side. The final acceptance and release of retainage for Southern Folger. That's for our jail doors. Takes a while to get through the process. And then, as we were talking, some of the Pioneer stuff. The next two pay estimates are for all seasons, and they are for the unit replacement. There's two of them, and the reason being is one's from last year, one's from this year. It just took so long to get the units. But that is complete now, and these are the final pay estimates, I believe is what they are. Correctly. Should be the finals. Yes. Okay. And then on the construction side, we have Roosevelt paving. We're still working through that. I'm going back and forth now. So I think we're getting closer to a resolution on that, but I don't want to say too much. Courtney Road, the contractor's still installing guardrail. And other than that, everything else is done. Road is opened and maintained by the contractor. And he's fielded some calls because it was rough in a few spots and went back up and graded it.
That's good. Have you been on? I haven't been through it yet. No,
It's a change. You got to go through.
I got to go through it. Although
I've
in
heard,
the
I've
snow,
heard good and I've heard bad.
It's a big change. If you remember when we sat up in, I want to call him Chewy, but
yeah, up top.
yeah. And when we did the first phase, the road was much better than it. That wasn't correctly correct. But so I think you used a dirt bike out it. Little different.
Yeah, it's not the goat trail that it was.
The big complaint I'm hearing is that now you don't get the view and the lookout and everything.
Oh, yeah.
Yeah.
Oh, when you came out around that.
Yes.
Yeah.
Yeah. But you have another view when you come around the corner.
Yes.
Looking east down the gorge.
I'm assuming
yeah.
we restored the right of way back to the underlying owners.
Yeah, when we're
Yes.
done, then there'll be a right-of-way vacation process.
Mm-hmm.
Going back from whence it came.
Yes.
Yes.
Remind people of that.
Yes. So that's that on that. The design side, all the plans and specs are in review for all the federal projects. And Sundale, we're still working on road alignments. Maintenance, crews are brushing and preparing for winter weather, which I hear is coming, especially on the west side. They're predicting quite a bit of snow. So all the plows are on and we're ready to go there. Upcoming facilities, basically like we talked last week, we met with the contractor, we prepared the final punch list for this building, and we're still working through the HVAC designs. Pioneer Center, like I said, all 8 units are up and running. Over in the courthouse, we're still not till this spring now, because we won't get the units until December, and people will be a little upset if we shut down their heat, and I don't blame them. Waterline project is the same. Like we talked about, snow removal is here, and Sadis Pass, the site is complete. It's weathered in now. Our guys got up there, all the metal's on except for one side, and we wrapped the plywood on that. That thing is weathered in, and now we're just waiting, and we have a bid opening next week for the tower. That's all I have.
Yeah. That's it.
All right, questions?
No, but I don't want to leave this as far as your comment with your retirement.
Yeah.
Without it, so when will you be your official last day?
Hopefully I gotta call the
today?
retirement system. No.
Well, I know folks quite often, there's the last, there's a little
remember
vacation
saying
days,
vacation
yeah.
days.
The last week of this month, I'm gonna be on vacation.
Okay, all right, well, that seems reasonable.
Yeah.
As
This
am
is
I,
the last week of
so.
Oh, next month, sorry.
Yeah.
Last week of next
Yeah,
month.
what?
December.
That would be today.
That would be today, yeah. So, okay, good. So we will still see you
Yes.
around for at least a couple more weeks.
At least 2 or 3 days.
Yeah,
Mhm.
so that's good. Okay, yeah, I appreciate your retirement. I mean, we all have to make decisions about what we're gonna transition to, and I'm aware of that as well, as far as in myself. But it is the county's loss. I mean, I think you have built a top-notch department now upstairs. I used to point, now it's upstairs that way. And yeah, I think you came in, at a time where the county was really floundering as far as the public works department was, and when you talk about the bow wave, that bow wave did not get created in 1 year. It was multiple years of stuff was just not getting done. That was one of the most difficult things I had to do as a baby commissioner, is that we let the public works director go, because it was clear was a nice guy, but it was just the department was not functioning.
How long was he around?
It was short. He was a couple years. My predecessors had hired was part of the crew that hired him. And you want to give people the opportunity, because sometimes it takes a year or two to get your feet under you, get things figured out. But after a couple of years, it was pretty clear it was not working. And so then we went through that difficult time of trying to replace the position and could not, and then were able to recruit you, and you brought some of your own. No, I'm on the record, so I'm not going to say it. So HR is looking at me. So really, brought a good team with you, have created a good team up there. And so it's the county's loss for you, but I wish you well in wherever your endeavors take you. And
Thank you.
So just know you made a big difference in this county. So, and I say that as a lifelong resident here, that we are better off because of you and what you've done here.
Thank you. It's great. I have a great crew that have allowed us to do these things.
We hope you miss us when you get to Idaho. It is a
will.
beautiful state over there. But when you created, a program, it's hard to walk away and it's hard to retire.
It
And
is.
so I know this was a big decision for you, and when it's time, and it's good to know when it's time.
Yeah.
My other question is, where are we on Title 12 road standards?
We're still trying to finish it up. We got we've been pushed to get all the rest of the development done and everything else that we're doing, so.
I just remember you saying, I'll get it to you in October.
I know.
And then it was, I'll get it to you in November.
Yes, I know. It just keeps getting shelved, and I apologize. We're still trying to get through it. A lot of extra things have popped up.
Understand that.
I only have one secondary historical question. The previous public works director, did he come from outside the county or inside the county, or do you remember?
I think he was, because again, I didn't hire him, but he was not, I think what happened was he was recruited in, or, it was an open position. The one previous had been a long-term, had been here for quite a while, retired or moved on, or actually retired. And so then they went on a hiring thing, hired this fella, found somebody. They came in, didn't really integrate with the crew and the staff really well, apparently. Had an assistant, and that's really when things went bad. There was a homegrown person that was the deputy or assistant. I think they had hoped they were going to be, they were going to move into the top position. They did not. The board passed over them for whatever reason. They got poached by the wind company, one of the wind companies. And so then that really created a hole, because that was kind of the bridge between the old and the new. And so then another year went by, and that's when it was like, it just was not. And had advertised for the assistant position for like almost a year also, and we just couldn't get anybody qualified. And so it was time to make the hard things. I had been the chair. It was in my second year for about 6 minutes, and it was like, the board was like, we need to take action, and now you're going to do it. What? Why didn't we do this last week when you were the chair? oh, that was Christmas time. We don't want to do that. Anyway, so yeah, so it's not. I did have I had a couple road things if the chair, and then I'll give the mic back. Still getting communication on Sleepy Hollow Road as far as the kind of what we're doing. And I know we did discover that is not a primitive road.
Right.
It is eligible
Mhm.
for a higher maintenance standard. And that is something I think, because I have not been through there since the rain started, but we did get some video of and we still have those issues with the drainage. At least I don't know if it was in the same spot as
It's
where.
in the same spot like we
It's gonna be
talked.
difficult. The
but it's-
road is the low spot and I don't know what we can do.
Like we talked during the 6-year, doing it now, I hope we could have got to it earlier before the rains came. But now, if we go in there first of all, we have to strip all our trucks back down to do it.
Right. No,
But
I'm
my
not
bigger
advocating.
concern is that we will it'll cost a lot more.
Right.
I mean, we have a way to do it when we get an opportunity because we still have some reasonable material that we can put in there. But we don't actually plow that road through in the winter just because we can't get in there. Now, what I did do though is make sure that the signs are placed up there because the signs found a way to grow legs and walk off or whatever the heck happened to them, I don't know. But we put signs again on both ends and passable when wet. Make sure people don't drive through there. And I know what the problem is they want to move, they want to go from the Snowden side to Appleton to get their kids to the school bus.
Right.
And really the only thing I could tell them is, and I'll call them and talk with them is, take Bill Moore.
Yeah, that's what we keep
Right, you
open.
have to go out
That's
there.
the
We
route
keep it
go.
open. It's a good road.
That's a
Yeah.
good road. Well, I think it's not, again, I think folks understand this is not something we're gonna snap our fingers and fix. I think they'd love us to.
Yes.
That, I've tried to be clear that we can't do that. But I think as long as it's not just dropping off and we're not in that long term, that we need to, again, I'm not advocating for we're gonna go in there and rebuild this road and do it. It's not, but it is, or if we want to change its designation, there's a process to go through with that. But it's not, it is currently not a primitive road.
Exactly.
So to be consistent,
Mhm.
I think long-term, I think if we can give folks a little hope that we're gonna up our maintenance game in that section when it's appropriate, when it doesn't cost us a bunch of effort and that it's going to cost 3 times as much because we're trying to do it. It's like building. You can build certain things at certain times of year much easier. Can you build anything any time of the year? Oh, yes, you can.
You'll pay for it.
Yeah,
But
you
you're
pay
going to pay
for it.
for it with enough money. You could
Yes.
do. That's why I said you could farm on the freeway with enough money if you wanted to. So I think I just think if we're able to communicate and they believe that, and I think they appreciate that we're at least talking about it.
Yes, and I'll reach out to them. We do have a plan to do it this spring when it dries up. We have the jaw run in there from the Canyon Road project that is very minimal cost for us. So we're gonna put that in and then we'll cap it with like reject or something like that, which is typically what we do. So the middle part will be built back up and then we'll make
So
it.
the road is the high spot.
Yeah, so the road's
instead
the
of being
high
the
spot.
ditch.
Below.
And then next year, we can have the conversation of, do we want to plow it through?
I mean, we've never plowed it through, right? As far as we can always know.
Do-
So a good portion of the year, they weren't gonna be able to get their kids to the bus
No,
anyway.
not that route.
Not that
And
route.
having an unrealistic expectation about living in literally the middle of nowhere.
Mhm.
Yes, we want to fix it, but we're not going to spend the money
Right.
during, a snowstorm. We're in a different phase of the year.
Yeah.
And,
Yes.
I mean, I was under the impression that was a primitive road
Right.
up until we found it out. Because it was always, that's where we went wheeling when I was a kid. So
Yeah,
it was a primitive road.
Yeah, I think at some point
We did
before
Lyle
Jeff
Snow.
and I
It
got
was
here,
closer for me.
they had changed the designation to try and get grant funding
Yeah.
for it,
Mhm.
but that didn't happen. And it's a big undertaking.
See, that's what I would assume. They changed the designation to try to do something and then didn't do it.
Yeah,
But then never put it back.
Right, that's
Yeah.
exactly.
Yeah. I mean, it is a good east-west connector up there. I don't deny, but it's a big expense and undertaking to do that.
Mhm.
And is that really where?
Right, and
Yeah.
with Bill Moore, because we did do the improvements
Yes.
on it,
Yeah.
that's not too far,
Out of the way, it's
Out of
really
the way.
not, yeah.
No.
so, but I think that's for another discussion as
Yeah.
far as
Mhm.
where is that, currently it's not a primitive road.
Right.
so.
No. Yeah, and that is a discussion. Again, you can't get grant money on primitive roads, so I understand why.
Yeah.
So do we keep Lyle Snowden Road open through the winter? Do we plow that?
Yeah, I think we do.
I think we do.
Yeah, see, that used to be, we used to go snowmobiling there, because that was, you'd go and there was like a giant snowbank. We pulled tubes by, which was a little scary because there was a lot more trees along the road in those days, but it's been logged since then, but it was death if you wet off you wanted to have a fairly short rope.
Yep.
Okay, you got more? All right.
I do for, one more thing for the picnic table.
Oh.
Came up
Oh,
last
yes.
week.
I'm glad you brought that up.
So, we did limited amount of concrete work, with our guys. So we did pour another pad. It's down by the parking lot. We expanded the sidewalk area where we could put a picnic table in, near the corner of Grant and Court. So, and the cities agreed that they would be okay with that because it's actually ends up being at the edge of their right of way. So, it's like a 10 by 10 pad. If you walk down that way, you'll see it right there where our new parking lot is, where Annex 3 used to be.
Kind of a weird spot to put a picnic table in the middle of a parking lot. Intersection.
yeah.
You wait for court.
It's a place where it can be done. If we want to do something like that next year, we still have the sidewalk work to do. And on Main Street, there's curb and gutter and sidewalk that we didn't want to pay the extra $800,000 to have a contractor come in and do it. But that's deferred work that will have to be done to meet the city code. And then we also just striped a paved, basically sidewalk in our other two lots. So those are things that have to be completed. And we talked briefly about we will need a little extra money to do that at some point to do that. It's not a rush, but at some point next year it should be considered, and we'll work on getting you an estimate for that. And at that time, the two that we talked about here on the courthouse lawn, they could be part of that work, and that would make sense.
Yeah, no,
So,
I was just curious because we weren't gonna pour those pads until we needed a concrete truck. So I was kind of expecting the pads when we were doing the concrete truck, but.
we did the minimum to get the parking lots done.
Right, okay.
Yeah, all those ADA improvements, we did those. Yeah. And we just barely got it done. So,
Done, it looks nice.
yeah, thank you. Yeah,
Okay, thank you, gentlemen.
thank you.
Thank you.
Next up, we have Sheriff Sauger. And his new undersheriff.
Good morning, sir.
Morning. Again?
Sure. He scrimped on the cover letter today.
We don't have Karen to help us.
Yes. I was gonna comment it was different.
Go into that then.
We have maintenance tech retiring in Bickleton. We would like to refill that position. It's been there for quite some time.
Wow.
I think it's effective December 16th. So that's the 2-week notice we're usually used to. Thank you.
Thank you, gentlemen.
Thanks, Rob.
Good morning. Just to get started, got to get my specs out.
That's okay. When I look like I'm reading without mine, I'm faking it. I'm not.
Yeah.
It's
Well,
just,
mine's just
it's just a
blur.
prop. It's-
Yeah.
Sometimes I'll even turn the page.
I've had to
That's when I
resort,
notice they're upside down.
I have to resort to two pairs, so I have computer and just reading, so.
Sorry.
There were a total of 4,970 calls for service from January 1st, 2022 to November 28th, 2022. In addition to the calls for service, deputies served a total of 683 civil papers during the same time period. On November 10th, we attended the Bickleton Fire Department dinner at the Bickleton Grange. There was a great turnout honoring the volunteer firemen. On November 11th, we took part in the Veterans Parade in Goldendale. After the parade, the American Legion provided a free dinner for veterans and their family members. Big thanks goes out to the American Legion and their volunteers. And they do that every year, by the way. Effective November 16th, 2022, I promoted Chief Jail Deputy Carmen Knopps to the management position of Undersheriff, which makes her second in command of the Sheriff's Office. Chief Knopps took the oath of office and was sworn in as Undersheriff by me on November 17th, 2022. It should also be noted that the appointed position of Chief Civil Clerk, Karen Engling's management title, has been changed to the proper title of Chief Civil Deputy. Chief Civil Deputy is the fourth in command of the Sheriff's Office chain of command. I've left the Chief Criminal Deputy position vacant, as we've talked about before over the years, and utilize that money to pay out overtime to make sure we have sufficient enough officers on shift for officer safety reasons and a better service to our citizens. I will be filling the appointed management position of Chief Jail Deputy in the very near future. I put a memo out to the troops, see if anybody was interested in-house. We do have one person interested from outside the department, very qualified individual. So if I get no takers from in-house, which would have to do an interview and believe that they would have the management skills to carry on that job as chief jailer. We at the Sheriff's Office hope all county employees had a wonderful Thanksgiving. And I'm going to turn it over to Carmen for her report on jail operations and patrol division.
Good morning. So it's been a pretty busy November, and I apologize for not getting this to you, my report to you last week. I did attempt to take a few days off. Wasn't very successful, but I did try. So don't really have any new reports for the civil division. I do want to make note that the people in the civil division that work in the Goldendale office also take turns to work and open our West End office. So they're routinely going back and forth and working both sides. Through West District Court, we process what we call administrative bookings. And so on every Wednesday, people from the court down there go upstairs to the sheriff's office, get fingerprinted and processed for that. So it's really important that we keep that office open and maintained. We also have our sex offenders can go down there and register if they live on that end of the county. So it's not only good for the public, but it also works well for those who just need to stop in at the sheriff's office for any other reasons. I do have to say the number of CPLs and firearms sales and transactions are on the rise. Lisa processed 50 firearms transactions yesterday that came in over the holiday weekend. So Black Friday sales were obviously going well. And, I have to thank everybody in the civil division because they do a really hard job. They deal with the public every day, and not everybody that calls in is polite and happy to talk to us. So they do a really good job. As far as the corrections division, Sergeant Gillum is currently in Anacortes, Washington. It only took him, I think, 9 hours to drive there on Sunday afternoon. And he is attending an FBI LEDA internal affairs training. It's a 40-hour training that Anacortes Police Department hosted. And this training will give him all the tools and guidelines necessary to handle any internal investigations within the corrections division. Corrections Deputy Emmett Vincent is on track to graduate on December 8th, 2022. He's nearly, wow, I obviously rushed through this. He is nearly to the end of his training, and then he will be back on a regular schedule starting in December. I have Corrections Deputy Stevenson is scheduled for a mid-2023 academy. Deputy Layfield, we don't have an exact date. The academy has not posted dates anywhere beyond their May academy. And then Deputy Burgess, he was our last hire for Corrections Deputy. He will likely attend in late 2023 if the projections go kind of how it seems.
That far out.
Yeah, it's unfortunate. And by law, they only have, I think 6 months to get them into training, but they consistently don't follow that policy. So it's out of our control. Honestly, it works better for us at this point. That way we keep people on the floor a little more. So I'm working on getting some more accurate booking numbers for each of the departments that you had requested. I'll have that for our December update. That way we kind of have a full year of how many bookings happened for the full year for each of the agencies. I know in November so far, we've booked over 40 people. We've had some transports and court appearances that have increased our overtime for November, and we will be repeating those overtime costs in December. These costs are associated with a high-risk transport and court appearance where I've had to rely on road deputies and corrections staff and posse members to assist with this court appearance. It's a mandatory court appearance for a gentleman who was who pled guilty to a triple homicide that happened in Klickitat, and we're bringing him back for resentencing. It requires extra, of course, security measures to make sure that not only we keep him safe while he is in the courtroom and transporting, but also the public. So it will have some high cost associated with that. He was scheduled, I brought him back last week for court. Then they decided not to do the resentencing. It was delayed, so we had to transport him back into a DOC facility, and we have to go back and pick him up again. So it's kind of a nightmare for us, but we manage and we do what we have to do to keep the public safe and my staff. The correction staff, we've been able to use the new behavioral health program that the county is building. We've had several crisis calls that have resulted in the transport and hospitalization of several individuals. One of those hospitalizations kind of went south on Friday, the day after Thanksgiving, and thank goodness I have a hardworking staff, and Pierce County Jail and Tacoma PD assisted us with moving that inmate from a hospital back into their facility until Monday, where we could arrange a transport up there to pick him up. I've been working with Erin to develop a good working relationship between the new behavioral health department and the jail, and she's looking to see what benefits and services we're going to need and equipment and stuff in order to best serve the inmates of the jail. So I think that's going well. I got a call yesterday from Delivery. CTEL is going to begin the installation of the new kiosks on December 5th. And we are expected to have 8 boxes arrive today for the new kiosks. In the patrol division, Deputy Kirsten LaRue has completed her FTO program as of last night, and she will go on solo patrol. Deputy Warren and Deputy Corning were her field training officers assigned to this detail. Deputy Matulovich was assigned to complete her firearms qualifications, which she did in one session. We're excited to have Deputy LaRue as part of our KCSO team. Deputies have responded to 399 incidents from November 1st until today, and these incidents include welfare checks, domestic situations, theft, civil disputes, citizen assistance, and animal calls for wildlife and livestock. We want to remind drivers to use caution this winter when driving in and around Klickitat County. The roads may look bare and wet, but spots may be covered in black ice, compact snow-covered roads, fog, and heavy snowstorms can cause limited visibility. And remember to prepare your vehicle for winter and pack extra food, snacks, and blankets if you get stranded. Alert your family and your friends when traveling with you times to expect them to arrive to your destination, to keep your cell phone charged, but please, as a reminder, do not drive and talk on your cell phone. Deputy Warren is also currently at a 40-hour CIT training in Spokane, and that has some reimbursable funds from CJTC. And Deputy Diamond is currently attending still at the K9 training in Chehalis, and that's going well. I had an update from him today. So that's all going well. I think the winter storms kind of hit everybody by surprise last weekend. I know I was listening to the radio and there was buses stuck and there was black ice everywhere and it got a little crazy. So I just think it's important to remember to remind our citizens to stay safe while traveling. So that's about all I have to report for right now. If you have any other questions.
On, if I could interject here real quick, Chief Ingalls, she's on vacation, she'll be back tomorrow. Attached to your packet is a printout where we stand with the budget. Funds remaining, $760,211.62. She's comfortable, that'll bring us within our budget at the end of the year. So if you have questions in regards to that, I'm gonna refer those to her when she gets back.
She handles the checkbook.
10-4.
It does it well, thank goodness.
How are our cameras working?
Good, as far as I've heard.
Yeah, in fact, it was kind of nice. We had an incident yesterday. Deputy Chancellor LaRue was making a arrest on a warrant, and the subject did not want to cooperate, and he didn't want to come to jail. He resisted arrest, and so the camera caught everything on there, and makes the use of force report much easier when you can clearly justify. And it was very minimal use of force. They've been really good. I'm really pleased to see how they're working. I'm still working. It's been a kind of a struggle to try to balance my workload, trying to write policy for jail for the cameras to carry their cameras, because it's not, we just don't have a lot of precedents for that in the state of Washington. So trying to develop a policy that's going to work for us and then to get the training in and everything's been a little challenging. I've got people right now who are working 7 days in a row on multiple different shifts. So try to throw in training right now for anybody is pretty challenging at best. So, but it will be good. I think it will reduce some of the verbal confrontations that inmates tend to have with the staff. We don't do a whole lot of hands-on, but we do at times have some verbal, they get upset and use their language as intimidation against staff, so.
The nice thing about the cameras is not only the officers are aware that it's on camera, but it cuts down on a lot of fake complaints,
Right.
false complaints. And it'll save a lot of work on our part that we don't have to initiate all those internals investigations when the camera's got it right there. And so we're very pleased and want to thank the board for allowing us to enter into that.
Questions from my seatmates?
No, I'm good.
where are we at? I know you guys, in Detective Neer, when he was the under sheriff, applied for grant dollars through the legislature for the dog shelter. Where are you guys at along with that? Is Tim still working on that? I remember when he said he was stepping down, he was still gonna champion that cause.
I'm gonna have to check on that one. Oh, on the dog shelter.
Yeah, the shelter.
I'm thinking Profi.
No?
Yeah, we still got to get that back from Gavin,
Oh,
but
we haven't got it?
not yet, but we'll get it. It's not that he's resisting it or anything, but we'll get it back. We're trying to do it the cheapest way we can to remove it and put it over at Adam's residence. But on the dog shelter, yes, we're creating a committee to get together. We want to come to the board here and talk about that. I believe there's $680,000 that's available to put that in. I may be off $1 or $2 one way or the other, but around 680,000. There are some, if we get a piece of property and get the foundation laid, there are some module type dog shelters that $60,000, $80,000, $100,000, depending on the number of cages you want in them and all that, and they have dog runs and all that. So we're anxious to get started on that. And Wednesday, I have a meeting with Jeff Hunter, because obviously the county's gonna be involved in that shelter, I'm assuming. And so it'd be nice to get on the ground floor. I know Carl Conroy, veterinarian, wants to be on the board. And there's several citizens around that want to sit on this committee to kind of give us direction on where to go. And first thing's going to be is find a location. And according to Gina Mossberger, legislator, when she got us the money, it was very clear they wanted it in the Golden Dale area. Because initially we thought about Delsport, kind of central, but it was very clear they wanted it in the Golden Dale area. So given that, we've got a couple locations. One is up by the fairgrounds on county property, probably the best, actually. And the other one's where the Potts building is out on Columbus there, that 5 acres there. The only downside to that I can see, that you're gonna have neighbors that might be a little upset with dogs barking and carrying on. But up here at the county fairgrounds, probably wouldn't have that complaint so much. So that's one of the things we want to present to the board, and exactly where we can spend the money. Obviously, if we can get the property either donated or allowed by the county to put it there, that's going to be a big savings in itself. And then it's a matter of water and sewage and electricity. And I think up there by the county shops on the fairground there, it wouldn't be a big project. I don't know. That's why Public Works needs to
I
be.
think the biggest expense is going to be employees,
Oh, yes.
labor,
Yeah.
the amount of staff, the overhead. So I'm kind of curious to see where you go in your budget findings of all of that, of what the yearly operating costs will be.
Right. And we got to research that yet, but I can tell you, I've got a bunch of volunteers already wanting to work in the shelter. And I know
It
that,
will not be sold on volunteers. There's a local rescue that started this year, and they ran out of volunteers, and they ran out of donations for food, and they shut down, just like the
Oh, yeah.
last shelter. So
no,
I would go into this thinking we have to pay employees.
yeah,
People run away within a year.
well, I disagree. I've had a posse for almost 8 years. But anyway, back to the point, yes. And we know there's going to be a cost for employees and so forth. And that's something we want to scratch out in our proposal and what that'll be. And, but we'll supplement with volunteers to help out. The public's pretty good about filling some needs. And I can tell you right now, and I beat that drum all the time, the posse saves our bacon, period. Courtroom security, transports, all these events, rodeos, county fairs, all this. Yeah, I could put full-time deputies out there, So you'd have nobody responding to your 911 call. It's that simple. There's no manpower to do that. So volunteers fill that gap.
I get it. I'm just we had a dog shelter.
That was ran by the city.
It didn't have volunteers.
Yeah. It is.
And we had the posse then. So if
No.
the posse's gonna volunteer at the dog shelter, they could have did it then. I'm just saying historically in this.
It was
town,
ran by the city.
hasn't
It was
been
ran by the
followed.
city. We weren't asked to volunteer down there, but it was ran by the city at the time. The city decided to close it down.
Are there any special considerations as far as citing, other than the neighbor issue? I mean, that'd be something to research too, as far as the, zoning and.
Yeah, exactly.
I don't know where,
Well, and I'm sure there's gonna be, ecology's gonna get in there. There's a lot of factors, steps we gotta go
right.
through.
I mean, my preference would be to try to cite it if we're gonna do something on something we already have.
That's.
Right. Right,
Yeah.
it makes the most sense.
Yeah.
So that it's,
Most
we're
make
not-
Do a big transfer of
economic
property,
sense.
didn't we?
yeah, so we just added 40 acres out there that we actually have clear title on now, so there's space out at the
Right.
fairgrounds, but I don't know if that's a
I think.
a good spot or not a good spot, but it's like at least that, you are
Yeah.
preserving your money for capital, not
Right.
Right.
buying dirt.
That's where that committee comes in.
Right, and I would recommend that as far as that would be my preference, is get your committee together and have them, it's not just the siting, it's gonna be looking at that. Because the biggest problem with this is not the construction, it's
Right.
long-term, how is it sustainable, so that,
Maintain,
because once you, and come up with some idea as far as what would be minimum staffing to be able to do it,
Sure.
and what's that gonna cost,
Yeah.
and how's that gonna get paid for, as far as
Yeah.
some ideas, and that's gonna be, I think, the toughest job for the committee to kind of come up with some ideas. Nothing's free. I
Oh,
mean,
no.
everything's gotta be
Right.
paid for.
Yeah.
And yes, I do think you will get help from volunteers, but you're still gonna have to have that backbone of,
Yeah, you need that foundation.
you need the foundation, and those are paid positions, that
Yeah.
there's gonna be an expense to it,
Right.
Sure.
so.
Oh, and the other thing, on the range timber deputy, I understand that there's a meeting this afternoon.
I was gonna ask about that.
Yeah,
if you-
on December 7th, we're meeting with a lady that's, and I'll butcher her name, Iva. She's gonna be at Camp Draper. And we'll be meeting with them to see who all of the stakeholders are since the SDNS sold the property. And why I want to be at that meeting is to see how many of those stakeholders that we can contact that are interested in being part of the Range Timber Deputy program and what they want to pay into it.
Iva's with the nonprofit side, right?
I've never met the lady personally. I talked to her on the phone.
Okay. Because I sent those contacts to Karen, but it said she was on vacation.
Oh,
so-
okay.
Or
Good to know.
Green Diamond and your Twin Creeks and Green Diamond as well.
Oh,
So they
great.
got half of it. I remember, how long do you have on that Gina Mossbacher money before that money runs out? I mean, usually you get that for 2 years and it has to be done
Right.
because that was a legislative appropriation, correct?
I believe you're correct.
And so how long do we have left?
Well,
then?
they got it approved, what, about 6 months ago? Yeah.
I don't have that number. I'd have to check.
I'll
I
get,
wasn't part of that.
I'll
so
get
I-
with Gina and find out where we're at on
Was
this.
this the long session or the short session? Long. Oh, okay, so there'll be a short, so it's the beginning of the biennium was this year, so,
So they should have.
Should have another
1
year.
1 year left. is
Right.
what I think.
right.
Yeah, so and that was my thought, is we
Yeah.
probably burned a year out of 2 and you're
Right.
just forming the committee
Yeah.
and so
We gotta get hustling.
that's where I was gonna say.
Yeah.
But like my seatmates, my biggest concern is not, building a dog shelter. $680,000 seems like a lot, but when we look at what it costs to build down there on the Port of Klickitat, without dog kennels or anything, it's just 4 walls and a roof and concrete. it was, $1 million for 5,000 square feet.
Whoa.
Million two, sorry.
Right. We bought
Whoa.
it down to.
And so,
There are companies that, it's like trailers, modules. They put up 4-dog shelters. And I was looking at some of them on the internet, and you get a small one, 70,000. For $150,000, you get a pretty nice, that's 10 runs and all this cages.
Expandable, so it's
They might be, I don't know. I'd have
four
to,
of them together.
well,
Yeah.
I just wanted you to be aware that, we were looking at, $1.2 million for 5,000 square foot. So just be,
Oh, yeah.
cognizant that prices are ridiculous.
Yeah.
And if you were looking
680,000
at
doesn't go far.
buying the property and then still building anything, I don't even see
Would-
how you could do it,
I don't either. I don't either, to be honest.
including the water connections and sewer connection and everything else.
Electricity and all that.
So I know when I sat on city council, I was part of they were trying to rebuild the dog shelter for the city of Goldendale. And we looked at different ideas for building a new dog shelter. And one of them was also just using shipping containers and modifying them. So they're being modified into houses all over the United States and elsewhere. So it might also be something, because you can pick those up for about $3,500 a piece. So
I'm gonna defer my comments to
Right.
off channel. No, I mean, they are, people are turning them into houses and all kinds of stuff.
I know I found an
I
awesome house
think-
plan. My husband said no. So, but, I think we're gonna have to look at all sorts of resources and see what's out there to make it most economical. But
I think having the veterinarians on board on that committee is gonna be a big help. And they'll be able to, we might not even think about a particular item that they'll bring up and say, this is what you need. And that'll help.
Right, or that won't work.
Exactly.
My other questions, so with your transition to the undersheriff, are you gonna need to go through more training or anything? Are you gonna have to go to the academy?
One of the things I'm looking at is trying to get Reserve Academy again this year. And get Carmen through that. Otherwise, send her to the regular academy.
Okay.
And of course, that's 5.5 months.
That's what I was,
Yeah, but now they got it down to 4 days a week, and then they come home for 3 days and back. And so, yeah, it's a lot
So
better.
she could work the 3 days she was back.
Yeah, right.
right,
Double shifts those days to cover.
Yeah.
yes.
Okay,
I did.
seems like a plan.
We attended the WASPIC conference week before last, and I did have a conversation with several of the WASPIC members to see what my best options were. And they actually suggested the Reserve Academy is the most economical way to go. I could be commissioned that way. And also it would allow me to continue to work my daily job. So,
and then with changing Karen into a deputy as well, does she need to go through
No.
more training or
No,
anything?
that's just title. It should have always been Chief Civil Deputy. Somewhere back in the day, they called it civil clerk, so.
Okay. And with that change, does it change her position in the,
No,
okay,
same
it
job.
just changes the name?
changes the name.
Okay. All right.
Yes,
We'll work on that.
Okay,
that's just on the, yeah.
that was where we were going. Any other questions? All right, hearing none. Thank you very much, Sheriff.
Thank you,
And
gentlemen.
congratulations, Carmen.
Thanks.
Will you have the opportunity to be back this
Yeah.
afternoon?
Yes.
Yes.
When Neil's in?
Yes.
Okay, good, thanks.
All right,
Thanks, guys.
thank you.
I'll work on getting numbers. Time frame for that funding.
Thank you. Okay, next we have Public Health Director, Quinn. Good morning.
So I believe you have all the notes in your packet. I think there was a couple of corrections under breastfeeding. I think I don't think, it says 0. They actually saw or interacted with 42 clients in October versus 0. So that's a typo on my part. And then on the case counts for COVID, there's been an additional 6 cases since I put the packet together.
How accurate are those?
So we are only capturing lab reported cases. So if you go into the hospital for whatever reason and they actually send your test to a lab and report that out, that's what we get.
If somebody just sticks a little nose swab up there, you're not getting those?
No, not at all. In fact, we ask people
So
not
the
to call
number's
us. With
probably
issues.
way higher than this.
It's way higher. We're still using it just as a trend, as a like base of trend. So we're either seeing it like steady straight, we're seeing little bumps versus not all. So
But I mean, it's not accurate enough because depends on who goes in to, actually get that done that way, right?
correct, but it's still showing there is activity in the community regardless. So we're only looking at lab confirmed cases. That's why it's no longer on our website. I'm only talking about it here because it's not an accurate representation. We're looking at it as a trend, not as actual data that's reflective. That makes sense. So just for each of the groups, environmental health, so we've been down 1 staff who's out on maternity leave. Lot of work to be done in Skamania County. We just supported foodborne illness that had 14 cases of E. coli. 8 were confirmed, 6 were probable. 1 of the confirmed cases was actually hospitalized. It was an extremely challenging response. Clark County provides health officer and the communicable disease investigation while they wanted us to provide the food inspection and safety aspect of it. Essentially, for lack of a better terminology, there were too many cooks in the kitchen. It was not received well in the community that we were the ones responding to a Skamania County issue. And specifically because they had not heard from anybody specifically in their county, but we're hearing from people from Clark and Klickitat. So I still think it is not in our best interest to be in the food business in another county, and still want to pursue getting out of that contract in the future. So
We talked with any of the Skamania County Commissioners about how that's being perceived in the county. We had any conversation with their staff about, or
we
this is
have
just
not, no.
anecdotal communications within the county?
Our staff were told that when they showed up at the food establishment of question, that they were concerned why their own county wasn't showing up.
But we show up there all the time, right?
We
If
have,
you-
yes.
Yeah.
But again,
Direct them to their
it
board of
was,
commissioners.
yes. No, I understand. I'm just saying, with that many counties involved in a response, there's likely to be some fallout.
And did
in the
Skamania County
future,
have did they even know about it?
Yeah, they were directing us.
Okay, they were direct.
So
Why, educate me as to why we're doing it and they're not doing their own. They have a health department. Why are they not doing their own food? Good question. Okay. good
yes, thank you. And also because it was a contract that was set up probably
enough. That's the next question. How long have we been doing
2
this?
directors ago. I mean, that's when it was set up.
Director, so you're half.
Maybe 2 years.
Yeah. No, fun fact, I've been here for 3. It
It
feels
just
like
seems
12.
like a year and a half.
So that would have been
Silver watch.
Yeah, really, 3 whole years,
at least a cocktail.
yeah.
So it would have been at least pre-2018.
I'm at least
I'd have to-
Yeah.
interested in knowing more. Knowing more with that contract, getting your professional opinion of,
I would like
my
to,
ears are open.
okay, maybe we could have an offline conversation about that.
Or a full board opinion, and you know that one of us has our ears open to that.
Yep.
Be good for a workshop.
That would be a good
That
workshop.
would be a good Thursday.
But additionally, we're also supporting their building and planning department and doing their On-site septic, their building and planning director will be leaving, I think, in less than 2 weeks, and we definitely have some concerns about that, what that will look like for our interaction with the county as well. So, you know, they do receive similar funding to us, so really, we would really like to focus on Klickitat County. I have a big thing about fix your own house before you're fixing someone else's, and we definitely have things that we need to improve. And supporting another county, I think, is beyond our capabilities and eroding our ability to do a good job here. So really looking at why we're there and what that looks like.
And there's foundational public health dollars that
They
was
did.
a large increase. And so
Mhm.
if we're providing all of the work,
They could at least do our mental health. Oh, wait, that didn't.
Oh, wait, that's coming up later. Just hold up. I just,
like a good workshop.
yeah, no, it'd be a good workshop. And I think, yeah, I think it's been a long time coming that we probably shouldn't. And I didn't want to talk to their department without having a conversation with you all, getting your sense as well before.
Well, I would say for me, it's always been, you know, like I mean, it's good to be a good neighbor and we wanted to be a good
Yes.
neighbor, but it's always our primary responsibility is to our own folks. And if there's evidence that our ability is being eroded by being a good neighbor, then I'm sorry that's not who we work for. So.
And I think there was just some confusion about chain of command and who was actually giving the orders, kind of a scenario just with, you know, Skamania County and Clark County calling shots on different things. So it was just, frankly, it was very messy.
My ears are open as well.
Okay, whoever wants to have a chat about that, we can do that. For the clinical health folks, so Athena's our nurse, her last day was yesterday, so was a big hit to our department. However, at the last second, we talked her into staying on as a casual employee. So she's gonna do some projects for me over the next year related to marketing. She is the one that redid all of our website. She did that brochure for you all for fair, I think. And she's actually gonna work with me on doing some marketing for the behavioral health group. So she's gonna just provide that. We have funding to cover her to do that. And with the behavioral health, they got some money for marketing as well. So we can kind of keep her engaged and you know, we're hopeful that maybe she'll get
She'd
tired of
see
the
a
hospital
patient or
and
that
come
one
back.
time, yeah.
Well, if we have a large, you know, vaccine clinic and we need support, she could potentially support that with her schedule as well. And so just having that extra kind of like backup is nice. She did a lot for us, so we were grateful to get her to do that at least. They did do a flu and COVID vaccine clinic at the high school. They had quite a big turnout. They did the staff and families. I think they did about 100 folks throughout the course of the day.
I will say, I was one of those. They did
Nice.
a nice job.
Good. They always do a nice
No,
job.
they did
It's
a good,
really-
although they were having some friendly competition between, because apparently one was doing one vaccine and one was doing the other one. I got both, and so
yeah.
I could objectively say who did it better. They were both very professional. That was a good job.
Excellent. I will let them know.
Yes, let them know.
Otherwise, I think probably in the consent agenda in the coming weeks, I'm gonna work with Shelby to get, we did get funding to buy telehealth equipment, so it's gonna look like TV, Polycom, that sort of setup. That's all grant funded, so at some point in the next couple weeks, that'll probably come across your desk as well if I'm not around to speak to that. So for our financial, we just had an update with DOH. They stratify risk levels as I don't even remember what they are. Regardless, we're moderate, we're not high risk. That was continued. Part of our staying in that stratification was due to staff turnover and the fact that we did have findings in 2021. And so that takes 2 years to fall off of your rating. They have scheduled our audit for March of 2023, and we're hoping to be able to get into that lower risk category. Later today, we have the CDBG folks, so a representative from WAGAP, not Leslie, but someone else will be on at 1:30. I'll be here too. They're gonna do the closeout for their 2021, 2022, I think, money, and then they're opening for their 2023. That makes sense. So they'll have that. That's the pass-through grant. We've done it every year. It's like $72,000. The administrative update, we do need to talk about the health officer. I did speak with Dr. Scott Lindquist from DOH last week. And in the nicest way, I have gotten my hand slapped for us not having a health officer. We were told that they would cover us for 2 weeks. We are at the 2-month mark. I was hoping they wouldn't notice, they did. He would like to come speak with you all about just kind of what the health officer means, what that works, how all of that stuff, just to make sure everyone's understanding. We did talk about salary being an issue. I did get a salary survey from the state. We do underpay our health officer based on, if you look at counties of the comparable size. I can get you a copy of that salary survey, but we do need to talk about potentially increasing the salary that we're offering to potentially attract applicants that would be willing to work with us. DOH felt like most people that they had talked to about helping us were concerned about the culture in the county, in this specific county, and what that would look like to work here. So that's something to consider as well. So yeah. Anyway, so there's a lot of challenges there. I have to figure it out. I think starting point is looking at the salary. I don't know what else to do as far as recruitment. I've called the people that I know that would be interested. I've talked to a couple of people that were interested, and they didn't feel like it was a good fit.
Can you give me a sense of, when you said you've looked at salaries for comparable, how, I don't necessarily need a number, can you give me some idea of how,
Yes. I
out
can.
of,
So this is
really big number? Is it a?
No, so currently our contract is for $1,700 a month. When I spoke with the state really wants us to use and they have offered to use the health officer out of Clark County. They charge Cowlitz, I believe, $3,500 a month, and would want that same price point from us as well.
Okay.
The health officer.
So about double, but it is.
Certification for that. If you
Yeah,
can get
that's not
35 from one county, 35 for another county, it's still part-time work for both gigs.
So they oversee 5 counties. They have deputy health officers as well that work with some of the smaller counties. So it's kind of a shared model approach.
So it's not a specific health officer, they just provide the service? Do they assign?
I think that their head health officer kind of oversees it. Like, he'd be the ones that go to the board meetings and that sort of stuff, like day-to-day work
Signs
might be yeah.
So a population of 112,000 people is the same amount for a population of 23,000 people in terms of time and costs? Do you think that that's valid and
When I
reasonable?
talked to Dr. Lindquist from the state, he had me look at it as an hourly rate. So what we're offering now is about $80 an hour. For a physician that is severely underpaid. He said the going rate is $150 per hour. And we're anticipating that they pay for their own malpractice insurance, and that is expensive.
Did you check at any of our normal, what we would use for salaries, our comparable
All I have is this.
counties?
So they did a salary survey, so it's just self-reported last fall, or I guess it is fall now, so I guess that'd be September. The mean health officer salary is $8,000, so they have a pretty wide range. They have they do not have the county names on here, but I just made some assumptions based on the population and the staff sizing. They pay $420 a month. King County pays $23,000 a month. So there's a pretty significant range there based on, there's no continuity through the state, but I do think that we're I have been told to raise our rates, so I'm asking for your approval.
And it's all grant funded, and you have the grants in order to cover a bunch of that.
It's not an option. If we don't have one, we will be provided one, and I really don't want to be provided one from the state. I can't.
So is the issue more the $80 an hour versus than the overall contract amount?
I'm hoping that increasing the salary will attract someone that will be willing to work with us.
With the people you've had the conversations with already, would they be interested in the,
Salary was changed, no.
no, it was just,
Not enough money in the world, kind of, okay.
Anyway.
and if it's provided for us, it's whatever that charge is, they get to.
I don't know what it would look like if it's provided to us, but if it's provided, it will be straight from the DOH, and
Caution against it.
yes, thank you, Dan.
Well, it's
Commissioner
always,
Christopher.
I would think anytime,
Thank you.
I want to have as much local
Yes.
control as possible. but
Absolutely.
Or as local control as
Yes,
possible.
there is a lot of value in that, and I think understanding the
Because our
residents of the
previous
county
health
and what
officer,
they're-
I really did felt like understood the,
Yes. and
and
they're
kind of walked that very nuanced
correct.
path.
And it would be important to me at least to have that more middle of the road approach, because I saw what happened in other counties where it was one extreme or the other. And some counties that worked and some counties it didn't. So I would like to continue that moderate approach and be able to attract someone that would offer that for us.
Is the Clark County a moderate approach on that side? Find out.
Yeah.
Yeah, got it. Okay. All right.
Do you want Dr. Lindquist? He's offered to come talk to you about just kind of like, just understand a little bit more about why it's important that we have a health officer and why I think he would speak to local control, even though he is DOH.
Do you feel that it would help us,
That's what I'm asking you. Like,
of
it's not gonna
him
help
not
me.
being as mad at us for not having one?
I wouldn't say he's mad, but
I don't know that, I mean, if he's coming to educate us on the importance, I don't know that I need the education. If it's just a matter of not finding one or not paying enough, or I guess I don't know. I am a little confused that some of the Eastern Washington counties can pay $400 a month and they can find somebody. And have we reached out to every health officer in the state just to see who comes back?
So
Or have you just pick and chose?
I'm gonna say I have pick and chose based on my, yes,
Who you prefer to work with?
yes. And who I think, it's not just about working with me, right? Like, they're your employee. And so who I think would also not integrate with me, but you all as well, like,
So
huh?
Including me?
Yes, including you.
roughly, it's
t-
about 20 hours a month.
Yeah, that's what the contract, so I think I should have grabbed the contract before I left, but if I remember correctly, it's written in that it's a minimum, I think it's 20 hours per month, and they will be reimbursed a minimum of $1,700 regardless. But
If they work
yeah.
more than 20 hours. So
I believe the contract language says that they would have to get permission from the board to include that. So like during COVID, I think a couple of times, there was probably a couple of months where there was more work than that, but
Okay,
for
that was what I was
historically,
wondering.
no. Like and I've been working on my sales pitch, like we are a very low maintenance department for a health officer, like extremely low.
That's why I have issues with the money
Yes.
already, and then we're going to
Yeah.
potentially double it.
So how many hours do you think it actually takes? I know 20 is the minimum, but how many hours does it actually need being so low
I mean,
maintenance?
that's kind of hard to answer too, because it depends on how much engagement you have. So like through COVID, Dr. Person was like on meetings every week with us, and that was, but historically, that's not been the case.
Right.
So it's how much they are willing or
Because wasn't
want to be
Dr.
engaged.
Spitters ours for years
Yeah,
before?
for
and
like
it's
10 years.
Right, I think I met him twice in
Yeah.
10 years.
Yeah. And that, to be fair, that was pre-Zoom, so,
It was pre-Zoom.
Yeah.
It was
pre-Zoom,
pre-COVID, it was
pre-COVID.
pre-everything.
Yeah, so but he'd
I
come
believe he
down
came
about
in
once
person
a year.
once a year.
Yeah, that was his thing, and he was, I actually looked up
Oh, yeah.
him
no,
up
he
to
was
see if
great.
he was available,
Oh, yeah.
but he's retired, so.
So if we authorize more pay, how does this work? Are you just going to pick the person, or are you gonna find suitable takers to present to us to interview, or how does that work?
You all, I believe, have to interview them, like, because they are your employee. But I've been screening them for whatever that's worth.
I prefer your candor. I like that.
Well, we have 2 applicants right now. One's from Michigan and one's from Eastern Oregon. So I'm
Well,
happy to
obviously,
print
one
their
of those is
resumes
off the
and,
table.
yeah. I could
And have you
potentially,
interviewed those?
Yeah.
Have you talked to them?
you all interview them. So
If you
we've,
don't like those two, you think we need more money and another choice?
I would like someone that's a little closer to home.
And do they have to be licensed in
print-
Washington, right?
They do have to have a Washington license.
And did either
then-
of those have Washington licenses?
So,
Yeah, but
I
that might
can,
be something like the
we,
undersheriff, you just have 6 months to go get it, or an engineer for public works. If you get the job, you have 6 months to go get it.
I can print their resumes for you to review if that would.
I mean, would you be more comfortable just getting all the, I mean, do you think the director is high grading them out? Or
No,
what?
I'm not going that route. I'm
Yeah.
just, again, I'm cheap. Under normal conditions, not COVID or tuberculosis outbreak,
Right.
I think the taxpayers are paying a hell of a dollar for something they're not really getting use out of, barring an outbreak. And then to pay double that cost for something they're not really getting the service. And I guess part of me thinks that an Eastern Oregon or a Michigan is gonna be a little more hands-off and give us a little more local control than a Clark County that's, more local and more worried about guidance that they're given. And we might have a little more local control with somebody who's more hands-off than hands-on, which I think you'll get out of Clark County or somebody the state appoints.
Would the director like to give Dan an overview of all the different job duties that go into that contract?
For the health
Health
officer.
officer.
I've read the
So
contract.
I think there are specific things that they have to do per RCW and MAC, right? Like that control isn't any, like if there's an outbreak, we are obligated to call them. That is how that works. They are obligated to sign all of my standing orders. That's how we provide clinical services. That's how we do immunizations. They are on call with us 24/7. So, if we get I don't know, Ebola, they have to pick up the phone in the middle of the night. So they're essentially on call for us 24/7 to be available for any response that we need. So I think I'm not worried necessarily about local control because they will have to act within their scope of practice. And that will be our minus what they're required to do. It would be our request. So if I want them to come to a meeting every week, that's at my invitation or our invitation, if that makes sense. So there's things that they have to do, and then there's additional duties we could ask them to participate more. I really appreciated having Dr. Person. She came to the school meetings every week. That was just kind of an extra. She did that out of the goodness of her heart, and it made a huge difference in the way we were able to integrate with our response with the schools. It built a lot of trust. I think there was a lot of value in that.
So you want a little more hands-on.
I wanted to,
help.
if that's something we ask for versus them telling us how to run our shop. If that it should be more of a collaborative than a.
Don't you think there's always, though, we have to find that balance, which I think we did in that, like, we want a health officer that's a true health officer, not someone that's trying to manage the department or manage the perception as far as what's going on. And I know we're coloring everything through the lens of COVID, which was an anomaly. It was an outlier as far as what it was before. So I want somewhere between, but the health officer by statute has certain obligations and responsibilities doesn't matter what the board we can't tell them to do something. They have to do that.
guess
So it's finding that balance. Yeah, I don't want an activist health officer.
Right, that's my.
And I don't
that's my
want to,
issue.
but I also don't want to,
That
whatever
was-
you think, I'm okay with.
That was my only issue with Dr. Person was her agreeing to remask the vaccinated when there is still absolutely no science to back that up. To me, that was a political statement, and I don't want a political health officer on either side of the spectrum. So that's why I was thinking a more hands-off type of outside the state might actually be a better,
Okay.
less political.
Well, I would agree. I don't think regardless, there should ever be, politics should never enter into either way.
Science, improve the science.
Right.
And
But I would want somebody that if they feel that it's their professional medical opinion that the science backs this, they need to be able to say that and do it, even if it's against the local political culture in the community. And I think that maybe that's part of the difficulty in recruitment. I don't know. So, Anyway.
I guess I would say I have no problem with our health director high grading, as you put,
Yeah.
the potential applicants for us, because I think our health director knows exactly where we all come from and what we all think. And so, and if she's saying that we need to pay this person more, and that's what she's hearing from the state based on our population, and I don't mind paying $150 an hour for someone that has that long of a list. But I don't know if it's gonna be the minimum hour set at 20, if they actually only put in 10. If they put in 40 because we have something, I don't mind paying that.
no.
I just don't like the base being 2 or 3 times what they actually put in on a monthly average.
that would fix my penny pinching
There you go.
problem. If you put in 20, do I think somebody that's certified of that magnitude or a lawyer or anybody else should be working for $75 an hour? No, but I don't want to pay if you're not working.
Right.
I
So is
don't
that
like the
possible to change the
guarantee
hourly,
or
but
like
change the minimum?
We could potentially change the minimum, but I would also ask you to consider and remember that they are on call. So that is part of the reimbursement. So I will work it out and bring it back for your consideration.
Okay. What else you got?
We are advertising for a nurse to replace Athena's position. We haven't had any applicants yet. We have 2 individuals, Joan Zolp and Laquita Smith, that will be retiring next Wednesday. Both have over 15 years of history in our department. I think Joni has 20 and Laquita, I think, is in the 16-year range. So we're gonna have a lunch for them. We have filled Joni's position with Sean Blankenship. She's gonna be our new WIC coordinator. And then at the moment, I think we talked about this last time, I'm not gonna backfill Sean's position yet until we make sure that we actually need that, because we've changed a lot of how we do our fiscal, or we're changing how we do a lot of our fiscal work, and see if we actually need that position with the changes that we've made.
When's that lunch? When's the lunch?
When's the 7th? White salmon. So if you all,
I'll be.
Everybody's doing lunches when I'm gone.
I know.
All these retirement parties and everything, they're all the week I'm out of here.
Well done.
I would ask them to come back for a different day so you could join us, but I don't think they're gonna come
Right.
back. I don't think it's you.
Yeah, good
It's
luck
just
with
like,
that.
yeah. Thanks for being willing.
I was gonna say we could almost push it off because they want, the West End wants to do a holiday party. And we
Yes,
were
I heard
talking about the 18th, the day after we do the one up here, which was a Friday.
So I don't think anybody's coming on Saturday.
No, it would be on a Friday.
Oh, on a Friday. Okay, I was like the day after Friday. Nobody's
The
coming on
16th.
Saturdays.
Potentially the 16th.
Okay, anyway, we'll work that out. But I would like, so Laquita's worked, she works 3 days a week. She was given that position a long, long time ago. I would like to advertise that position and we would like to make that a full-time position. She worked Monday, Tuesday, Wednesday, so typically we had someone else in our staff covering the last 2 days, so no one ever wanted to change the org chart because that was her 3 days and nobody wanted to make her full-time, so we'd just like to change that to full-time and then advertise her position.
That's 2 days work grant funded. You're not asking for more money from us, correct?
Nope, not yet, not till 2024.
I like that you always remind that, nothing's forever.
Nope, not in public health.
No.
Oh, anyway, so yeah, I'd like to advertise that as a full-time position.
Then when will you, understanding that you're reserving your, as far as you're not going to backfill Sean's position, so that's going to just, it's going to stay on the org chart, it's just going to be open
Yes.
box.
Yeah, and I'm hoping that we've mostly reassigned her duties, and I think with that extra 2 days of a clerical position, I think that they could probably potentially take some of those duties that we just kind of need some support with, so I think.
That would be a win-win.
Yeah, it would. So I think we have.
We're trading 2 days for 5.
Right.
So we'll see.
We'll see. I mean, we'll try it, and then if it doesn't work, then we can have another conversation another day. On your consent agenda today, you have the Patagonia contract that will allow us to upload the records. So we did all the scanning, so now it's the contract to actually put them into our electronic medical records. So that was the final step to finish that project. And
Are
additionally,
you happy with your record systems working well? Okay.
we have a contract for 2 years with Patagonia.
Okay, we'll leave it at there.
Thank you.
I just hear lots, I mean, I have a family member that's in medical records, and that's,
It's always a point of contention. I don't know that you ever will
I don't
have
think there's
any
any
facility
system
that
that's not
enjoys
right.
their EHR 100%.
okay. I was just, because I thought, well, maybe this is a different, because
Some
they don't work.
matrix are of different levels.
Yes.
Yes, and so to that point, I will say we are public health, typically underfunded, and we chose the cheaper options.
Sure.
Because we were being conservative with our funding. Also on the consent agenda, so we talked about this before, but I just wanted to remind you that we're going to reappoint Paul Moyer to the Board of Health for 6 months so that it's always a rotating, so that the Board of Health members don't ever come up on the same year. That just offered some consistency in the kind of rotation of them. So, and then we can just plan every July that we're going to have to replace someone. I did have some extra funding at the end of the year that we're trying to work through. We're ordering some soundproofing. We've been having issues with sound in our Goldendale office downstairs. We're gonna order that. I don't know if you'll see that on your bills or whatever.
Can't you just turn the air handler on and it's like a cone of silence?
Everyone's, yes. Part of the problem is, and it's not any, I was doing patient care on one of my lucky days, and I was in the room with them and stepped out to ask everyone to be quiet. And when I walked up, it was they were having a normal conversation, but in the space that I was in with a client, the sound travels. So we're just gonna try to mitigate that because it is very uncomfortable for a client to be in there and hear everything that's being said kind of quite a ways away, so we're offering that. And then we actually got these kind of swipe blocks for the white salmon office between the waiting room and the clinic spaces, so those will come through too. I think that's all I have for public health questions.
I think I know the answer. Have we, as far as back to Board of Health, I'm assuming we've still not received any interactions from the tribe as far as for the 6th member.
We have not, and that was brought up at the conference I was just at, and
Yeah.
we're not the only county that's having these challenges. And one of the questions that was asked was, how do we address that empty seat? Are we able to fill it ourselves? Are we able to find someone local that would, we certainly look for a tribal member locally that may want to support, and
It was
no-
my
no
understanding
one
that the
knows.
seat stays empty until they appoint.
Yeah,
They're
that's-
the ones under law that have the ability, not us.
Yeah, well, but the question was asked from other, counties as well, like, if we have
At
someone
some
that's
point, do you-
local, that, is a tribal member, can they fill that slot? And I think everybody's just, I don't know who's the body that will clarify those questions, but everybody seems to be waiting for this guidance to come out and just kind of clarify where we're at with that. So, no.
Well, I mean, the
no
good news
engagement.
is with the size of the board, it's totally functionable with 5 seats filled in.
Yeah.
So, but it kind of defeats the whole purpose of why all of this turmoil through the legislature to rework something that basically was working fine because of this need for this that apparently doesn't seem like it's
Yeah, it was an ask to the legislature to make sure that they have a voice.
Right.
What the legislature gave them, and now they don't want the voice.
they don't want the voice. So
Moving on.
So,
yes,
Yeah.
yes, moving on.
Yes. Any other public health questions? Great. Behavioral health. This list is a little bit longer. So I have 8 staff now on contract. So we did an orientation on November 11th. Everyone went over their paperwork and we got everybody set up. We had it over at Annex 4 facilities, kind of set that space up for us. They did an amazing job in just like a very short time. We were just very grateful for everything they did. IT got us set up with a copy machine. They've got a desk and some supplies over there. So they technically haven't used it because I haven't given them the keys yet, but we're working through getting everybody keys so that they can use that on their own. We did interview 2 DCRs. One of the things that came up was the pay scale. And I was approached by Beacon as well. I'll just be honest, we put this together too fast and some things were missed, and hopefully we get some grace with this, but the pay scale that we listed was not only the market value. I'm not entirely sure how we came up with that, but so we will need to change their pay scale to be within market value. So I think it was advertised at 27, 28, and it should be a minimum of 33. So the 2 people that we did interview were hesitant to actually take the position just because of the significant pay difference between market value and what we offered. So honestly, I think it was a clerical error. We didn't have a lot of time to double check things, and so that's something that needs to be addressed for that. And I think
we can do it easily. The consultant put in 30 to 33, 35 range at the top step. Very top step. Move that to the mid range. We just go over range or 2. If there's 67, so we're working on that's easily solved. Then the impact on the issue. So we would end the same or switch it around is the education requirements for the DCRs is higher than the SUDP. The counselor, but it was set up that person's at that position is a higher pay. So we have to. I think we can easily fix it. We just have to move one a range or 2. Decide what to do with the other one before it becomes a problem. We're trying to fill it in as well. So I think.
So when I run the numbers, we're currently paying 45 an hour, right?
on contract, yes. So we're talking about the FTE once they're actually county employees.
So if I do 45 times 0.6, that comes out to 27. Which our 40% is usually, that's what it costs above the hourly. And so if we start out at 33 or 34, we'll actually be paying more for them to be employees than on contract.
The 33 was what we set the budget up with. So we've already considered I think we considered a 42% benefit allocation. So that's the budget that we did.
Okay, so
behavioral
we
health.
did 33.
It was just plugged in the wrong range. We wrote it ever higher step. No place to go.
So that's 4686. Right? Seems like it should be more than that.
Benefits varies on the level they select.
And Beacon says it's low. Is Beacon going to up their pass-through? to
No,
cover?
because their pass-through already reflects the higher wage. Because when we did the budget proposal, we had proposed them at a $33-ish an hour wage. But when we advertised it, it was for 27, I think.
I think.
They're trying to make
Chris,
money.
I think Chris thought if you put that at the high end, that gave you room to negotiate. That's what the expectation is, and that should be the midpoint to give you room to.
Below and above.
You know, for the uniform, so to speak.
Right.
But, so we just the range we've selected.
Okay, I did my math wrong. So at 27 times 1.4 is 3780. 33 times 1.4 is 4620.
So they're
So
roughly comparable.
So at 33 it is. Well,
Yeah.
pretty close.
And if that's what the
Yeah.
budget.
And
was
that's
on.
the way we set the budget up. So the FTEs in the budget that we have approved from Beacon is for 33 as the midpoint with, and then we just assumed benefits at 42%.
I don't think you'd want to make the 33 step one,
No, that should be the middle. So there
Yes.
could be,
because the market, he picked 3 or 4 counties, not the ones we use, but I think he was looking at the midpoint.
Right.
Plugged it in the top.
So then what should that be on the low end? If that's the midpoint, then
yeah,
what should
what range is that to make that work?
Write it down. Yeah.
67 or 68. Depending what we do with the HDP, whether we put them at the same, probably 68,
I think that's what we decided, yeah.
67 or 68. Moving from the top step to the
768 is equal to. I mean, do you see anybody willing to take the job full-time if it's in a 67, 68?
Yes, because that's market value. So then we're actually competitive with other entities.
Sure, but if I can make 45 right now, and
But you don't get benefits. And
and
that
you
for
might
some
not
people is a
need
big
benefits,
difference.
yeah. Yeah.
That is a consideration that
Probably
people
will be
do.
some that's,
There-
Oh, yeah.
will do that math in their head.
the org chart
They
set
have,
up-
They come out
Yeah.
ahead.
yeah,
You set the org chart up that combination of both.
yeah. We'll always have some on contract, but there will be some that
For
are actually in the office.
clarification, you're just fixing an error and it's
Yes,
not costing any money.
no.
So I guess though the difference is the,
Yeah, no, it
I
literally,
don't
that's how
I
we,
don't need any more.
I should have led with that. We
Yeah.
set the budget up
Yeah, don't bury the lead
a
like that.
specific way, yeah.
Well, that's the way I interpret it. I just want.
he's ready for lunch, all right,
He's ready
moving
for
forward.
lunch, though.
Sorry, I'm
We got
very
into
in.
Jake's game, so he's just, yeah, he's got questions. Let him have his questions.
Go ahead. I can ask all my questions offline.
Okay, are we good with
Yep.
that?
Yeah,
Okay.
Good.
He said long list, so.
I
Just know
do.
that
We're only on
depending
item 2, and if it's lunchtime, I need
But
to
just
hurry.
know that that resolution may include the SUDP.
Correct.
We're gonna look at that too.
Yep.
Whether we need to move it in the range or not, so actually have to be determined. So let you know that's one of them.
Yes. That's fine. So we have 2 people that are interested in potentially applying for the manager position. One of the concerns that they brought up, and Rob and I have spoken about this as well, sorry, you're 300 the bus, Rob. We think we need to change the org chart to make them a director. I think they need to be able to own their title. I think Because of the politics and the fact that this is new, they need to be able to walk in the room and say, I'm the behavioral health director, and also because they would be the only department head in the entire county that's not a director. And that's kind of a, I don't know that that's a good look for them. And so there definitely was some concern about just the title of the job description, and so wondering how you felt about that.
Are you changing the pay grade? Or are you just adding the word director into the org chart?
We've talked about that. The directors are all spread between grade 73 and 76.
What is this at currently?
You're going to put them at 73 as a manager. You do have some managers in the county that are that lower range. Aaron's not so sure that pays the issue. It's already in the department range. Trust me.
That's kind of my point. I don't think the pay is the issue. I think they want the
So I guess,
control, and then that relinquishes Aaron
You have
as
a pretty
part of
large
it too,
department
so.
directors there.
so I guess we talked about the slow roll. And I mean, you've been helping build this, and so we made it a manager so that you could still have some ownership over it for the next 6 months or so as we grow this. If we make him a director, are you still wanting to be in that slow roll phase? Are we just changing the name, or are you looking to take a sidestep to the left?
I have actually spoken with both applicants and assured them that I would support them in whatever position they're, like whatever their name is, because frankly, we can't throw a brand new department, throw a brand new director and tell them best of luck. I think that's just rude. So I did say that I would support them for as long as they needed it.
Does make me a bit uncomfortable. We put these jobs out and people want different titles and they want different changes in pay, but I think to get this department set up, which is a rarity to build a department from scratch, the time that Aaron's going to after the time to make these changes. Plus, once somebody comes in, we've talked about this, whether a manager or director, they come in, they're going to put their own stamp on it. They're going to tweak things and change things and maybe change the org chart at some point. So changes going to be rolling in for a little while.
I guess, well, we know change is coming, and we're going to be meeting with the MCOs, and I see it as, you know, if we start providing outpatient treatments and all that, I do definitely see it as a director level position. If we stick with just crisis level services and that's it, then that manager position may be more appropriate. But we still have a lot of decisions to make. But you're saying is the applicants want to be known as the director.
Yeah, and I think that's important, especially when you're supervising people, to be able to say, you know, I am in charge here, and just have that. I mean, politically, they're gonna need to be able to say, hey, I'm the director. When you walk in and say I'm the behavioral health manager in a new setting and you're trying to get grants and that, you know, set up, they're gonna say who's your director. So I don't disagree.
Report to you anyway. You know, we're kind of dealing with that with coordinators and levels. We line up reporting to you directly, so the manager can do it, but
Yeah,
titles matter sometimes.
they do.
Okay, we don't think you need to change the pay if you do this.
I would concur with Commissioner Anderson, definitely, like if we take on more service, that was always gonna have to be a director level. I'm a little, the pay, we say it's not an issue. I mean, we have directors that are at 73, so I guess, but it will, just the, you know, they can say it's not about money, but the title brings with it upward pressure. It just does. They are on different levels, the title, but I guess I would defer if we, you know, if that's your recommendation, I can go with it.
We're adding IT equipment slowly. IT has been just phenomenal about supporting us. We just ordered a telehealth setup for the jail. And then we actually are trialing some equipment this week at the hospitals for inclement weather plan and telehealth. So in the event that a DCR can't actually make it to the hospital, we tested it yesterday just in my office. And then they put iPads at both hospitals. And while that's not ideal, they all want to be there in person in the event that the roads are bad. They do have the ability to do a telehealth visit. So we got that taken care of yesterday. One of the things, and some of this stuff probably we won't answer today, but just to kind of think about, currently they are sharing my office space, like my office. I'm sharing with them in White Salmon. We do need to figure out what it looks like to have some office space on that end. I don't mind sharing, but at some point, I'd like my office back. So just, you can consider that. A HRSA grant was submitted last week through Swatch. It was for $1.2 million. They did carve out a pretty significant amount of that to help support the behavioral health program. One of the things that they talked about was that it would potentially help fund some strategic planning. So to be able to put together like a 1, 2, 3-year plan so that we make sure that we're doing the right thing, and doing some community engagement with that as well to make sure that what we're building will be well received by the community, because I think that will be important for sustainability in the future. Lifeline Connections is still going to drop off January 6th. So we're going to try to get our case manager position advertised and hired so that they can start kind of then I think Chris is going to give an update at the Board of Health about a lot of this stuff this afternoon, kind of trying to get the in-person in the office by January 1st is kind of the plan. Everybody's just kind of floating right now because there isn't really, a good office space set up. We do have an opportunity to work with a company, their contract, they're actually going to come on the 20th and visit with you. Lee helped me set that up. And help provide wraparound services. So they would help with the case management once the DCRs have seen them. So then they would roll over into a case management scenario to make sure that they get the connections and services that they need to follow up to not end up back in that crisis situation. So they're going to give you a presentation on that. I received a $25,000 donation to help support transportation costs related to behavioral health transports when it's not an involuntary transportation. And so looking at what that would look like, one of the things I spoke with Carmen last week and we did talk about potentially doing, they have transported some folks out of the goodness of their heart. And so potentially even reimbursing them just for gas, looking at what it would potentially look like to have gas vouchers if a family member could can a family member drive you, we can help you with gas to get to where you need to go in the situations where that's appropriate. So we're looking at what to do with that or how to best use that donation. Chris and I met with a psychiatrist. He is considering what it would look like to contract with us. And one of the first things that we would work through is him supporting the jail. I know Carmen just gave her update and I don't know how much she shared, but definitely have some significant challenges with some of the inmates and their ability to be able to get the care that they need and the medications they need, and having that backup support, I think, would be invaluable not only to the inmates but the jail. So we're waiting for his proposal. Once I receive the proposal, and I've already talked to Carmen about this, we're going to have her meet with them because clearly she would be a good, she'll know what will work, who will be a good fit for working with the jail. And so that her opinion will be important on that as well. So I think that's it.
Questions?
No, that's a lot.
It is a lot.
No, I would just say with the psychiatrist and whatnot, don't only consider the jail, but consider adult probation too, because they're gonna be the outflow device for the year or two to keep them back from going into jail, so. They need to be in the loop on all that kind of stuff too.
Yeah,
Other than that, well done.
I've engaged with Courtney, and I've been talking with all of them about just kind of like how we can share services, and we've focused on the jail specifically initially with the psychiatrist, A, because he's expressed some interest, and B, because the need is frankly heartbreaking. So and then we'll build on that from there. And I'm just waiting to see what his proposal says and what he's actually willing to support. But yes, I've been conversing with everybody.
No, that's good.
No,
I like that.
I need reminders. I've been forgetting things a lot.
Maybe because we put too much on your plate.
Potentially.
I would
I'm
entertain
not
a
gonna
motion to
disagree.
adjourn for lunch.
Yes, Mr. Chair, I would make a motion to adjourn for lunch.
I would second the motion.
Motion and a second to adjourn. All those in favor?
Aye.
Aye. Motion carries. Good afternoon. We are going to call the regular business meeting of the Klickitat County Board of County Commissioners to order. Let the record show 2 commissioners are present. Commissioner Sutter will be here in a minute. We will begin with the Pledge of Allegiance. I pledge allegiance to the flag of the United States of America and to the republic for which it stands, one nation, under God, indivisible, with liberty and justice for all.
Mr. Chairman, I move that we approve the business agenda as presented.
I will step down and second the motion. All those in favor of approving the business agenda signify by saying aye.
Aye.
Aye, motion carries. All right, next, I don't think we have any minutes available, so we will enter into citizen comment. As always, comments will be limited to 3 minutes per individual. The commissioners will respond at the end after everybody's had a chance. We will begin in the room as always. If there's anybody who is interested in providing comment, please come forward up to the mics. Is there anybody who'd like to provide citizen comment? Okay, we will go online. Vern, I see your hand is up.
Hi, good afternoon. This is a follow-up to my presentation about a month ago. We never really got into the specifics of it, but I'm here today to ask you to respond to it. The letter that I gave you a 30-day request for a response. We kind of got into some discussion that never really addressed what we need. I am looking for a letter of endorsement from the county to the state saying that, yes, you support the idea of us of the barrier being removed. This is really critical because we are meeting with the Highway Department and the Forest Service sometime in the next month. Specifically, the Lisle Community Council will be meeting with the WSDOT in person on the 12th of December. If we could get that, some sort of proof that you guys endorse our request. As you know, we have no standing. And then the same thing with the Forest Service. So I'm asking actually Lee to make sure you guys do that because she actually runs the show there, I know. I'm also asking that wherever he is, Commissioner Sauter, please attend our Lisle Community Council meeting on the 12th of December. And one quick follow-up, the Lisle Fire District will be forwarding a letter directly to the WSDOT folks and with a copy to you asking for, as a fire district for them to remove it because of the hazard. So again, please if you could get the letter, some sort of endorsement from you soon, that'd be good. Thanks.
Thank you, Mr. Harple. I'm sure we'll have more questions for you later. Okay, is there anybody else? Looks like Kay Carter. Would you like to provide public comment, Kay?
Accidental mic.
Okay. All right, is there anyone else who would like to provide public comment to the Board of County Commissioners? Raise your hand if you're on Zoom, *6 if you're on your phone. You can turn your video on, get our attention either in the room or online. First person to raise their hand gets first shot. Gabrielle Gilbert.
Hi, thank you. I want to discuss again childcare. We're in the paper. If you haven't seen the Gorge, Columbia Gorge newspaper from this last Wednesday to this week, there was a large article concerning the meeting that we had on November 9th, which was excellent. And thank you for attending. The further discussion for the county concerning childcare and the need for childcare and to have policy in place and to have action in place so that you actually provide childcare needs to be on the agendas and needs to be discussions that are held. There was no consideration, to my understanding, when you set up the senior center as to the profitability of setting up such a service. And what I'm looking for is a setup to respond to childcare needs that mirrors the senior center. That allows for you to work on how you're going to address local issues locally, the way that you did, and the care that you set up for having something like the senior center, because you saw a need and you responded to that, and that became a successful program. I would like to see portions of the property taxes to fund in the county, that would fund whatever that childcare service looked like that mirrors the senior service, as ways of getting revenue from the county's skin in the game, in a way in which that is a resource that comes to you with each taxable property. And I want for the county commissioners to seek out state partners for funding and how that child service would look. The other thing is, I really feel it's important that all the county commissioners at one point consistently attend the child care committee. I think it's important to have reports coming out of the child care committee from the commissioner who is assigned to that, and to see that attendance be consistent. And as always, I feel it's important that commissioners speak about childcare at the end of the comments, so that we know how it's moving. And I appreciate that if you can set up something in these months before there's a change with the new commissioner being seated, that it sets a groundwork in which the new commissioner could possibly also bring her ideas for the solution of childcare. And again, childcare is infrastructure, and it is the economic development that you profess to care about. And we are intricate in that success. And it's important for you to address this particular topic in a way in which it has urgency. So thank you for your time. I appreciate it.
Thank you, Ms. Gilbert. All right, is there anyone? Steve Glass? Steve, would you like to provide public comment? Okay, guess not. If there's anyone else who would like to provide public comment, raise your hand, unmute yourself, *6 if you're on your phone. You're in the room, come on forward. Sherry.
Good afternoon, commissioners. I would like to ask again that Klickitat County commissioners look at the need for industrial solar ordinances in Klickitat County. Last week, Commissioner Christopher spoke about High Top and Ostera, the projects that Commissioner Christopher, you said were being fast tracked through FSEC. And I would like to know if you could answer at the end if these two projects were submitted to FSEC prior to Yakima County putting a moratorium on their county to enact solar ordinances, protecting their county from renewable energies that could hurt them in the future. We have pointed out to you many problems with large industrial solar projects. We have asked many times, several people, you've had a moratorium that you rescinded with 350 or some signatures asking you to write solar ordinances. Several people came to different meetings asking for our county to write solar ordinances. I continue to ask for our commissioners to pay attention to this large solar industrial complex wanting to seat themselves in our county. and what the dangers are with the lithium ion battery storage, with disposal and decommissioning of these products at the end of life, and where they're seated, and whether or not they will harm the environment where they are seated, and whether or not they will hurt and harm people's residence and enjoyment of life where they live. So as we have talked about, other counties have enacted solar ordinances. They have moratoriums. This is critical. This is more critical than childcare, in my opinion. So I am asking again for our commissioners to look at this, to have a town hall. It's important. You're looking at childcare. It's important that you look at industrial solar, and to ignore what's going on worldwide, to ignore that California is not able to produce electricity to the capacity they need because they've gone mostly renewable energies, and to saddle our county with these toxic wastelands and to allow them to be seated around Golden Dale, I feel is negligence of you guys to ignore, all of you. I'm asking again for a town hall to talk about at least Carriger. And if FSEC was so powerful, I ask you commissioners to ask yourselves, why hasn't Carriger project taken itself through FSEC to date? And to tell us to keep it local and to not give our local county ordinances is letting our county down. Please look at the dangers and think to yourself as a new commissioner comes in to give Klickitat County solar ordinances. Thank you.
Thank you for your comment, Ms. Bosque. Is there anyone else who would like to provide public comment to the Board of County Commissioners? Is there anyone else who would like to provide public comment to the Board of County Commissioners? Tracy.
Hello, commissioners. I just had a couple questions on the Lyle Fire Commissioners met the third Thursday in November. And two of the things that they had said I had questions on. One was that they were thinking of increasing their budget to 13% instead of 1%, which they typically do. And I wondered if that can be done just through a fire commissioner meeting, or would it have to go in front of the board of Klickitat County Board of Commissioners to be approved? That was one question. The second question I had is the chief had said that the tribal police wanted to have an antenna and some sort of server inside the fire department for use for the natives, for tribal police. And I wondered if that would have to go by the commissioners, or if that could just be approved through the Lyle Fire Department, fire commissioners. and if that is allowed through that. So those are my two questions. Thank you.
Thank you, Ms. Tracy. Is there anyone else who would like to provide public comment to the Board of County Commissioners? Star 6 to unmute yourself. Turn your video on. Raise your hand. Is there anyone else who would like to provide public comment? Is there anyone else who would like to provide public comment? Last chance. Okay. We don't have anyone else who would like to provide public comment. Would my seatmate like to respond to any of the comments?
I'll do one. I'll do Tracy. Questioning about the taxation of the budget of the fire hall. I believe that junior taxing districts have to get their budget approved or certified through the county, but we have no control over what they put in their budget, what they want to put in their budget, how much they raise their budget. That's all state law. Assessors, voters. Most of your questions there, you really should be reaching out to the assessor for. They're going to give you a better understanding of. But with the who's in charge of authorizing the tribe to put a radio in the fire hall, that's between the tribe and the fire hall. It has nothing to do with the county commissioners. I guess I'll do a little bit of Gabrielle's childcare thing. I was doing some math while she was talking. And we were looking at potentially doing childcare for about 40 kids that would be county employees, children, where we already had the building, and the cost was going to be a minimum of $500,000 a year. So when you do the math on that, that equates to about $12,500 per child in subsidy. You asked that we raise property taxes to cover childcare in the county. So I thought I'd give you an idea of what that would look like. Currently, property tax revenue is about 5 million. So if we needed 500,000 just to do 40 kids, that would be about 1/10 of your current property tax bill. So if your current property tax bill is $3,000, we would need to raise everybody's current property tax bill by 300 to make it 3,300 to be able to supply childcare for 40 kids. So they have a $300 per homeowner increase in their property tax to pay for 40 kids who probably aren't theirs. So the fact of would they vote for a property tax increase to cover 40 kids, or let's say 400, because now they'd need a $3,000 increase. I don't think the citizenry would vote yes on that, but that's what the numbers come up with. That's all I have, Mr. Chairman.
Thank you. Did you run your math off of the county's portion of the property taxes or off the overall property tax?
The $5 million we collect in property tax.
Right, but that's not $3,000 a year for that. Maybe be a big house.
Oh, true, yeah.
Because you're doing it on the
Yeah,
whole
I'm doing
cost.
it on the whole number, so if you're, no, I'm doing it on our county's revenue of 5 million. We get 5 million in general fund, 5 million in road, I'm doing it on the 5 million of county general if I just taxed county general, which is all I can tax.
Right, but that's about 10 or 12% of your overall taxes.
Yeah.
So it'd be 12% of the 3,000.
Oh, yeah, there you go. Which would make it an even bigger number. Your county property taxes would double then. Anyway, go ahead.
This is why we
The
don't.
math is it doesn't pencil out.
Thank you. Vern, thank you so much. Just so you know, Commissioner Sauter, Vern was asking that if you would attend the Lao Community Council meeting on the 12th of December. They're going to have, the highway department's going to be there. And what Vern is looking for is a letter of support for the removal of that berm or whatever it is, barrier. So I guess my question, Vern, is, do you want the barrier removed or do you want the barrier that is a gate so that it can be accessible through the fire department and EMS district to get down in there? I know it's currently there, you can't even get a stretcher through, but is that what you're looking for? Or are you looking for the overall removal and leave it completely open?
Removal and replaced with something that is permitted and appropriate for EMS folks. So it's both. And that's what's addressed in the letter. We wanted, anyway, that if you could reread the letter, but again, all we're asking for is you just we have no standing, so we can't talk directly to the highway department. If you could just mention some sort of letter that you acknowledge this and support it, or if you want to go further and say, we want the barrier removed and replaced with something that's appropriate. Just anything that you've acknowledged we've talked about so that we can present this to the highway department and the Forest Service.
How do my seatmates feel about writing a letter?
I don't, this Commissioner Christopher, I don't necessarily have a problem with it. I don't know that, unless it got drafted today, I don't know that it could be signed by all commissioners, as we all won't be in the building next week, and the 12th is the Monday before the next time we'll be all together. So I just wanted to point that date out.
Yeah, I'm definitely supportive of doing something as far as getting a letter signed there. I'll defer to the clerk, but that we don't actually have to take an action as far as it doesn't have to be during. We can just, we sign letters all the time that we don't have to do in this meeting.
Yeah.
So if we got a letter, I think we could probably get it around and get people's signature on it that we're comfortable signing
Especially if
it.
we had an electric signature.
Yeah, electric signature or something on it. So I don't think the logistics of it, I don't think is a problem. So.
And is everybody in favor of a letter that has remove the barrier and replace the barrier with something that can allow EMS and fire through, ensure that they have access to it, so the keys
Yes.
to get through it?
Yeah, I think it should be remove and or replace. So they kind of know remove is the first option.
Right. Yeah, no, I could do that. And let me look, I think I could, if we have something let me look at my calendar.
And for the record, I'm in favor of that as well. So Vern, I would not be worried that we will not get something, and even if it's just the chairman's signature, we can do that. And
Yeah, and that's great. I just want a sort of a paper trail. I know that we're going up against a giant mountain, but that we can show that we're working with the county, we're petitioning the highway department. So as this goes up the ladder, we have, a chain of custody, if you will, of the people we've talked to who support this. Thank you.
You're very welcome, Vern. And thank you for sending that to us as well, what the fire department provides, so that we have that chain of custody as well. Okay, and Tracy, I would agree with Commissioner Christopher. The 1% that, like the county, the 1% that we can increase taxes every year does not have to go in front of a vote of the people. If we were to increase our budget by 13%, we would have to take that out for a vote of all the county. And I don't think we've done that in the known history of Klickitat County that I can think of. And I'd also agree that anything that goes inside the fire department, unless the fire department were owned by the county, the building, we have no nexus there. So that would be the fire department's area. With regards to Gabrielle, thank you as always for continuing to make sure that childcare is at the forefront of our mind. I, as always, am supportive of childcare. I'm supportive of what WAGAP is doing. I'm thankful that Commissioner Christopher sits on the childcare committee. I will attempt to make it to one of the childcare committee meetings in the next couple of months, so long as it doesn't conflict with my other meetings. And so thank you very much. And with regards to Ms. Bosque, you know how I feel about moratoriums. I think you asked Commissioner Christopher whether the projects were submitted prior to the moratorium, and I thought you said last week that they were submitted prior to.
I don't speak to, fro, or from. They would need to read the news article that I was referring to, because I don't want to be.
Okay, it was the
taken out of
article. It
context.
was the article that sent it, because I'd read the article afterwards. I would direct you to the article, Ms. Bosque.
I can't hear Commissioner Christopher.
I think he just stated that you need to look at the article that he was referring to, and I think it says in there that when it was applied for.
Can he send me that article that he read from? And please talk into the mic, Commissioner Christopher. And can you send me that article?
No, ma'am.
Ms. Bosque,
Why
I'll attempt to find that article, and then I will also attempt to send you the article from the Capitol Press that it's actually an opinion piece, but it gave a good overview of Governor Inslee's comments at the climate summit, and I'll try to get both of those to you within the next day.
And can you give me an update from FSEC on where they are with these two projects as well?
No, I actually can't give you an update from FSEC. You would need to call FSEC and get an update from them so that you
All right,
get
thank you.
the horse's mouth. Okay, is there any comments I know you weren't here for all the comments.
No, I'm good.
Okay.
Can I just make a quick comment? Because I need to counter, I did not request a property increase tax. So I feel that my comment was clear. The existing property taxes that the county collects, to find funding in there to address childcare. I think that's an important, I understand what Commissioner Christopher, and I appreciate the comment back, but that was incorrect that I asked for an increase. I did not do that.
Thank you for the clarification, ma'am. This is Commissioner Christopher thanking you.
Okay. With that, it is 1:30 and we are going to close public comment for the day. Everyone will, if you did not feel you had a chance to speak, come back next Tuesday. Sadly, I won't be here, but my seatmates, well, one of them will be here, one of them will be on the phone. With that, we are going to close public comment and move into a public hearing to discuss the final project performance review of the Washington Gorge Action Programs funded by the Community Development Block Grant, and for any interested taxpayer to appear and be heard for or against the current use application. So is it a hearing? What? Oh, it is a hearing.
Yeah.
Okay, it is a public hearing.
So,
Well, let me grab my other.
Oops, sorry.
So I'm going to declare this public hearing open for the purpose to discuss the final project performance review. And we will begin with an update.
Good afternoon. My name is Jennifer Paletto. I am the Associate Director with Washington Gorge Action Programs. Leslie Naramore was not able to make it today, so I'm here in her stead. So the funds that come from the county primarily support the Goldendale Food Bank and the processes within, as well as the Klickitat Food Bank. And so one of the main things that these funds go to is making sure that the boxes are getting out to the families that need them. We coordinate with the senior service department to get it the final mile if folks aren't able to come in to receive the needed food boxes. And at this point, we are serving about 200 families a month in the Goldendale Food Bank and 30 to 40 in the Klickitat Food Bank. And these funds are really imperative to the core components of our work related to food distribution. And a lot of these funds touch more than just the food bank. So some of the other programs that it touches are the youth center in White Salmon. It also provides us the ability to build capacity within the agency by seeking other funding because of the stability of this funding to be able to meet some of those more unique needs that come from our clients. So something like the mobile food bank that we've started was able to be kind of brought off the ground because we had the stability of these funds to make sure that our standalone services in Goldendale and Klickitat were stable. And so that's really what those funds are going to at this point. We very much appreciate the receipt of these funds and making sure that we can get food and services out to the folks of our county.
Thank you. Okay, so I will now invite public comment on the application for the Community Development Block Grant. And we will begin, as always, in the room. If there's anyone who would like to provide testimony for or against the application for the Washington Gorge Actions Programs. Is there anyone who'd like to testify? Not seeing anyone. And online, is there anyone who would like to provide testimony? Is that Kay? Kay, are you hoping to provide testimony? Okay, nope. Is there anyone online who would like to provide testimony on the application for Washington Gorge Actions Programs? I am not seeing anyone. Sherry?
Yeah, I don't think our county should be donating a whole lot of money. I didn't hear the whole thing. I had to step into the house or out of the room. And I don't think our county should be matching or donating to these services. That's what I have to say. I feel that these services are social services and that our tax dollars could be better used than providing social services for more social services where we become a welfare county. So thank you.
Thank you for your testimony. Ms. Bosque, is there anyone else who would like to provide public testimony on the Washington Gorge Actions Programs application?
Public Health Director.
Well, that's in the next point. We're in testimony right now. Is there anyone else who would like to provide testimony? And last chance, is there anyone who would like to provide testimony? Okay, hearing none, I'm going to close public testimony and open it up for the board to ask for clarification of public statements or questions of the staff. And Health Director Quinn.
Yes, I just want to clarify that this is a federal grant from the Department of Commerce. It's a pass-through grant, so it's not county dollars that are going towards this. So.
And we're required to have a public hearing because of its federal nature, correct? Thank you. Are there any other questions from my seatmates?
No, just to clarify also, this is just a continuation or would be a continuation of the existing program.
Okay. Well, since we didn't have a whole lot, I'm going to close to public comment to any further written or oral testimony and a discussion by the board. Hearing none, I would entertain a motion.
Okay, Mr. Chairman, we have before us, this is a resolution in the matter of submitting an application to the Department of Commerce for a Public Services Community Development Block Grant on behalf of Washington Gorge Actions Program in the amount of $72,000. My motion would be to approve the resolution and submit the application.
I would second the motion.
There is a motion and a second to submit the application. All those in favor signify by saying aye.
Aye.
Aye, motion carries. Thank you very much, and thank you for coming up here. Okay, next, we have a public meeting for the consideration of an amendment to resolution number 01421 with regards to the Mountain View Estates subdivision sub 2018-01 in the Dallasport vicinity.
Hi, Commissioners.
Good afternoon.
Okay, this request is for an amendment to Resolution 01421 in regards to preliminary approval of Mountain View Estates subdivision. The subdivision is located on tax parcel 02133375001500 and 02133360100100 in the Dallasport vicinity. On January 26, 2021, per Resolution 01421, the board approved amended condition number 18 of the initial resolution 12818 for sub 2018-01, applicant Greg Wallace. These amended conditions stating that sewer and water connections shall be paid prior to final approval were recommended by the Public Works Department and incorporated into the approved resolution. The Public Works Department is rescinding these requirements with this amendment, which basically means that the water and sewer hookups remain available as before, but the fees will be paid when building permits are obtained when the lots are sold. The purpose of today's meeting is to approve or deny the changed conditions of approval as presented.
Any questions from my seatmates?
Did we have, I had read through this, but it seems like I saw somewhere that we had some correspondence from the water district on this. Okay, and that's what I was looking for it. Okay, that was the only, I just wanted to be sure I didn't dream that up, that I did see it. So, okay. Yeah, that was the only question I had.
Questions? All right. I would entertain a motion.
Mr. Chairman, I would make a motion to approve the amendment to resolution number 01421 in regards to the Mountain View Estates subdivision SUB 2018-01. The applicants are Greg Wallace.
I would second the motion.
There is a motion and a second to approve the amended resolution 01421. All those in favor signify by saying aye.
Aye.
Aye. Motion carries. Would you take it?
Vice Chair.
Okay, we are on
Third public
So I will open this public meeting to consider the final approval of Lot 2, short plat number SPL 2021-32, located in White Salmon. Applicants George and Sandra Morris. We will start with the staff update.
Okay, short plat SPL 2021-32 is a proposal to create 2 lots from parcel 03111853000200 in the White Salmon vicinity. The admin review of the short plat has been completed. Signatures have been obtained from the Road Health Planning and Treasurer's Office. All conditions attached to preliminary approval have been met. If the board finds it's in the public's interest to approve the short plat, a motion needs to be made granting final approval of SPL 2021-32. Applicants George and Sandra Morris.
Any questions?
It seems pretty boilerplate to me. You're ready for a motion, Mr. Chair?
Yes.
Mr. Chairman, I would make a motion to grant final approval of a short plat SPL 2021-32 and grant final approval. The applicants are George and Sandra Morris.
I would step down and second the motion. All those in favor, say aye.
Aye.
Aye. Motion passes. Next, we have a public meeting to consider the 4-lot short plat number SPL 2021-17 located in White Salmon vicinity. Applicant Judith Harvey. We'll start the staff update.
Okay, short plat SPL 2021-17 is a proposal to create 4 lots from parcels 03102419060100 in the White Salmon vicinity. The administrative review of this short plat has been completed. Signatures have been obtained from the Road Health Planning and Treasurer's Office. All conditions of preliminary approval have been met. If the board finds it's in the public's interest to approve the short plat, a motion needs to be made granting final approval of SPL 2021-17 applicant Judith Harvey.
Any questions of staff?
Pretty simple.
All right, I would take a motion.
Okay, I have to motion while I'm signing. Mr. Chairman, I would make a motion to approve and grant final approval, or to grant final approval of short plat SPL 21-17 located in the White Salmon vicinity, applicant Judith Harvey.
That's just approval, that's not final approval.
Oh, I'm sorry. No, to consider approval of short plat SPL 2021-17.
I would second the motion.
All those in favor say aye.
Aye.
Motion passes, and you now have the chairmanship back, sir.
All right.
You're on number 3, SPL 2022-19.
Yep. Next, we will see 2022-09.
We've got a short plat that's for Terry and Cynthia Benjamin and Calvin and Deborah Kennedy for short plat 2022-09. Is a proposal to create 2 lots from parcel number 0516-3400-00200. The proposed short plat is located within a portion of section 34, township 5, range 16 in the Golden Dale vicinity. The administrative review of the short plat has been completed. Signatures have been obtained from the Road Health and Planning Departments, Treasurer, including the Treasurer's Office. All conditions attached to the preliminary approval have been met. If the board finds that this is in the public's interest to approve the short plat, a motion needs to be made granting the approval of short plat 2022-09.
Are there any questions for staff?
I'll get it while you're signing. Mr. Chairman, I move that we approve the 2-lot short plat number SPL 2022-09 in the Golden Dale vicinity, Terry and Cynthia Benjamin and Kevin and Deborah Kennedy.
I'll second the motion.
There is a motion and a second to consider SPL 2022-09. All those in favor, please signify by saying aye.
Aye.
Aye, motion carries. All right. Next, we have a public meeting to consider boundary line adjustment BLA 2022-15.
This is for the boundary line adjustment form. The applicants are Tom Ireland, Lori Armstrong, Sean and Christine Crandall, Terry Main, Christopher and Sandra Fox. The boundary line adjustment number BLA 202215 is a proposal to adjust the property lines between parcel numbers 05163321, 050100, 05163321, 050200, parcel 05163321, 050300, parcel number 05163321, 05050400, and parcel number 05163307, 390400, and last one is 05163307, 390300. The proposed short plat is located within a portion of Section 33, Township 5, Range 16, in the Golden Dale vicinity. The administrative review of this boundary line adjustment has been completed. Signatures have been obtained from the Road, Health, and Planning Departments, including the Treasurer's Office. All conditions attached to the preliminary approval have been met. If the board finds this in the public's interest to approve the boundary line adjustment, a motion needs to be made granting approval BLA 202215.
Is there any discussions or questions? No? Okay, I would entertain a motion.
Mr. Chairman, I move that we approve boundary line adjustment BLA 2022-15. List of applicants that she just spouted out.
I will second that.
There is a motion and a second for approval of short plat or boundary line adjustment BLA 2022-15. All those in favor signify by saying aye.
Aye.
Aye, motion carries.
Sorry, I took the easy way out on that one.
I don't blame you. Okay, next up, we have a public meeting to consider final approval of subdivision SUB 2018-01, the Mountain.
Okay. Final approval of Mountain View Estates subdivision. Applicant Greg Wallace, parcel numbers 02133375, 0015, 00, and 02133360100100. In the Dallasport vicinity, the Board of County Commissioners granted preliminary approval on November 6th, 2018 per resolution 12818. We mentioned that earlier. Section 7.80 of the Klickitat County subdivision ordinance provides a procedure for processing final plat approval. The plat administrator must be satisfied that the final plat meets all standards of state law and the subdivision ordinance, that the plat bears proper certificates and statements of approval, and that conditions imposed at preliminary plat approval have been fulfilled. The board shall determine whether conditions imposed when the preliminary plat was approved have been met, whether the bond, if there was one, assures completion of improvements not applicable, whether the requirements of state law and the subdivision ordinance have been satisfied, and whether covenants are properly displayed. The board shall thereupon approve or disapprove the proposed final plat. If the board approves the plat, a motion will need to be made.
Is there any discussion or questions? It's only been going on for 4
Right,
years.
this is only the last issue was settled earlier, so.
Same number of
Yeah.
lots, so. Ready for a motion, sir?
Whenever you are, sir.
Mr. Chairman, I move that we approve final approval for subdivision SUB 2018-01 Mountain View Estates located in the Dallasport vicinity. Applicant Greg Wallace.
Okay, I will second the motion.
There's a motion and a second for final approval of subdivision SUB 2018-01. All those in favor signify by saying aye.
Aye.
Aye, motion carries. Thank you. All right.
I believe this project started the first year I was a
No. Because it had
commissioner.
already,
It was
Houses
Bailey.
were already
built
Bailey
out of
did
stone
it.
back then.
Mhm. We did some alterations since then.
and so
but-
it was, 2018 was a new subdivision. But there was one probably, what, back in 07?
It was like, yeah, because it was it was 07. Because it was a split decision. And I went to the community that evening and explained I was the tie vote. I was a yes.
And you explained
Why I voted
Voted
yes.
yes.
Yeah.
who voted no.
Don Struck did. No, Ray
No,
Thayer.
I was
No,
gonna-
I'll say that's right. No. Ray was the no.
In fact, you can remember that from a decade ago.
More than a decade ago.
Well, it's just the closure. This project has been alive for a long time. Yes.
26 lots is a lot.
Hey, that's a lot of lots as far as it's good, as far as it's.
And
Met the
let me
requirement.
guess, and he missed the market.
See, you got something completed in your tenure.
Yeah, there we go. Well, probably a couple things, but that's.
It'll get built by the time.
Yeah,
probably
before I
another
All right,
period.
has anybody contacted Director Quinn? Unless she's sitting back there somewhere?
Wait, I'm gonna take
Yeah,
a quick
go ahead.
break.
We are going to
I
take
ran
a
from.
5-minute break. Yeah, why don't we back into it? All right. We've got a little bit of time before our Board of Health meeting begins. So Commissioner Christopher, you have an update on the opioid settlement?
I do. So there was a meeting yesterday, one of the Wasack Monday update things. So essentially, and I've already talked to finance person, I just need your permission to move forward. Later this weekend of this, beginning of next week, they're gonna send out an email to register on their website to be able to receive the payment. The person that's allowed to register is the person that signed the document, which
That would be the chair.
right there. Even though the person who is signing up on the website needs to have all the 1099 and all that kind of information, which ideally needs to be your finance person. So we need to change our point of contact from the chair to the finance person. And I just need your permission, or we're on record anyway, of Jen knowing that that is the board's directive, so that she can reach out to the Attorney General. I can give her the information to sign up for all of that. Essentially, what it comes down to is the first payment is either going to be on the 15th or the 30th of the month. If you remember, the first payment is a double payment, so it's 500 grand, and then every year it's 250. The difference lies is if you do it and you sign up ASAP pronto, you'll get the first payment on December 30th, which kind of screws up our budgeting. So ideally, we should kind of wait until the end of December, so the first payment rolls in January. And then the second payment would roll in the middle of June every year.
So we don't get one June of 2023, do we?
No, we,
So we're gonna get 750 the first year?
correct.
Okay.
A little different is most of the time they're gonna pull out the 10% for administrative fees, and that's gonna be pulled out before they give it to you.
10%?
Which pays for the lawyers.
To send a
essentially, for
check.
doing all the work. So normally you're only gonna receive what you receive, which is the 500 in it.
Right,
So
right.
I didn't figure the 10% in, because it's usually coming out before it gets to us. This first payment, they wanna pull it out, so they're gonna end up overpaying us. And they're saying you might be wise to set the 10% aside, because you're gonna end up having to pay that back. And then they kind of went over the reporting requirements that they haven't figured out yet. But they did say they wouldn't be like federal grants and hard and difficult. This is gonna be pretty easy requirements. As long as you follow the directives under the One Washington Memorandum, you're good, but they're still kind of working that out. So, but my point is that email's coming in. I need to direct Jen, if that is the board consensus, to contact the gentleman at the Attorney General's office and get her to be the liaison so that she gets the email and she can start the signing process. So I was looking for consensus to tell Jen that's the board's decision.
Sound good to you?
Sounds good to me. I don't see it.
Yeah. No, I think that's I'm sure she's listening.
Yeah, I gave her the brief this morning. I just couldn't tell her to do it because I didn't have a board.
Okay.
I was just trying to kill 3 minutes and that
No,
was 3
successfully
minutes.
did it. All right. I would need a motion to recess for the Board of Health.
Ooh, forgot about that. Yes, sir. Mr. Chairman, I would move that we recess the Board of Commissioner meeting to go into the Board of Health meeting.
I'll second the motion.
There's a motion and a second to recess the Board of Commissioners meeting. All those in favor signify by saying aye.
Aye.
Aye, motion carries. All right. Come on forward, Paul. All right.
I think I am. So I get one last,
Your last,
my last hurrah as chair of anything. So,
I tried to give you a chair 20 minutes ago and you didn't want it.
no, we have a vice chair. That would be you. Okay, I will call the Klickitat County Board of Health to order. Let the record show that all members are present. Understanding that that sixth chair is still vacant. So everybody that's appointed is here. So I would be looking for a motion on the agenda. Is there any corrections or additions to the agenda? Anything anybody wants to add? If not, I would look for a motion to adopt.
so moved.
A second?
Okay, I have a motion and a second to adopt the agenda as presented. Any discussion on that? Hearing none, all those in favor say aye.
Aye.
Aye. Motion passes. That brings us to the minutes. People had an opportunity to review the minutes. Were there any changes or corrections noted? I didn't see anything. It looks good to me. So I would entertain a motion on the minutes, and this is for the August 16th, 2022 minutes.
So moved.
Okay, do I have a second?
Second?
Okay, I have a motion and a second on the August 16th meeting minutes. Any discussion on them? Hearing none, all those in favor say aye.
Aye.
Aye. Motion passes. Which brings us to mental health update. Gonna start with something super easy.
Yeah,
So,
whip that out.
So I've asked Chris de Villeneuve here today. He's the consultant that we've had for the last couple of months that we've worked together and put the work we've done around behavioral health. His engagement in this project has been invaluable. We've decided that we did about 2 years worth of work, and we're not exaggerating in about 2 months. He's really been the subject matter expert. I've done a lot of the logistics, but he's really brought the team to the table that we have right now that's just been really impressive. And then just a lot of expertise to the table to help us to be on the right track. So I've asked him to come today and give us an update just from his perspective and timelines. And I think he can maybe better answer a lot of questions that come up that I just don't have the background and experience to answer. So thanks for joining us, Chris.
Yeah, no, thank you. So first thing I want to say is it's been an incredible opportunity to work with the county. This project would not be where it is without the cooperation and partnership of all the different county agencies, departments, human resources, the prosecuting attorneys. Everybody has made a difference in moving this thing forward. I really think that in the 4 months since really starting with this, that we've done 2 years worth of work. Some key metrics that we've met, all the policies and procedures for an outpatient clinic have been submitted to the Department of Health and approved by the Department of Health. Klickitat County is now capable of operating a crisis service, a behavioral health outpatient service, as well as a substance use disorder service. That's an amazing project in itself. We've completed contracts with Beacon and are working on the next contracts with Beacon. Beacon contracts will go every 6 months. It's an amazing thing to work with people that are really putting these things into place. And so working with Aaron and Commissioner Anderson have been amazing. Other things that we've done that are really keys, if we look at what we've done is regarding licensure, getting the Department of Health license in the time period that we've got is amazing. Typically, it's a 90 to 180 day process. We were able to get it through in just over a month plus. That's an amazing feat for us. The county started providing services on November 6th. We've been really successful in having a partnership with Skamania County and them providing crisis services until that time. We've started with a really soft opening. And what I mean by that is that we have Lifeline Connections, who's one of our community partners, who's still doing triage for us. That'll continue through the 6th of January. That gives us plenty of time to train staff. We'll be moving into the offices in Goldendale in the next couple weeks or month, and that'll give us the opportunity to start meeting with people face to face. The majority of our services right now are all out at the jail, at KVH or Skyline. So eventually we're going to move to the place where we're going to be able to meet clients in an office space and then be able to respond in the community. One of the biggest things that has happened is really the opportunity to partner with community members, working with the hospital, working with law enforcement, working with other community agencies has really given us some clear ideas of what the needs are. And what we're seeing right now is kind of typical for this time of year. We're expecting that going into the new year, that we're going to see an increase in the utilization of services and also an increase as we start to market services more and let people know that we now have a service to fill some of the gaps that have been in Klickitat County. The pieces that I think are really essential for us to focus on is that we do have challenges ahead. Beacon has been an incredible partner. They've helped us set up funding, have approved budgets, and are really working with us to ensure that credentialing is done, that we're a credentialed agency under their system. We can start reporting data to them in probably the next month. We're just waiting for approval or review of all the documentation we've submitted to them. Our biggest challenge is going to be implementing a new electronic healthcare record. That's going to take, a 3 to 6 month process. We submitted an RFP. The RFP was reviewed and it's still going through the contract process. So we'll have time to work on structuring that and then eventually configuring the system and deploying it. We want it to really be successful and to be accessible. There's pieces of it that are going to be new for community residents, where there'll be a portal where they can access services and understand some of the things that Klickitat County is going to be providing around behavioral health. That being said, our challenges ahead are really working with the managed care organizations to identify what the needs are in the community. We need to be very open and honest with them and talk to them about network adequacy. We need to make sure that they understand the challenges of providing services in a rural community and that they're going to provide funding that ensures that we can bring in the therapists and the directors and the psychiatric services that are going to be necessary. So we want to ensure that those things are done. And then a lot of that is going to really rest on the managed care organizations and working with them around funding. We can't have community organizations that say they're providing services, but then not available to provide services, especially for some of our complicated clients. One of the big challenges is addressing community residents that are familiar faces, those that are hitting the hospitals and the jail and in different areas around the county. We want to make sure that we provide a service that wraps around. I see Carmen in the audience. Carmen, to me, is one of the key people to work with. The Klickitat County Jail is probably one of the most important areas for us to address mental health. We should never have an 80-plus-year-old individual in the jail. We should ensure that we have individuals that are chronically mentally ill are not ending up in the jail. It's got to be things that we provide as far as services, and it's going to take us working with the courts, working with the jail, working with the hospital to build those wraparound services. A lot of that funding is going to come from Beacon as we build out mobile crisis services. The goal for that will be in the next 3 to 6 months. I think that looking ahead, we're really at a place where we start focusing on building up the community services, the outpatient services, and that's going to take us bringing in community members and talking about the long-term goals. What do they need over the long term? Some of the things we know that, like KVH currently has 85 people on their wait list. We know that Skyline has similar wait lists. Staff that are working in the schools have passed out dozens and dozens of applications for behavioral health services, and those are needs that are not currently being met. So we need to work with the community to ensure that we're looking at the services over the long term. And we're talking in like the 3 to 5 year range. So I know that that's a lot to touch on, and I really would encourage you to ask questions if there's anything that I can answer right now. It's been such an incredible honor for me to work with you, to work with Aaron, to work with Commissioner Anderson and everybody involved in this project. So I want to open it up and see if there's any questions or anything that I can answer for you.
Okay. Questions for Chris?
No, other than I would agree that I honestly don't know how you guys got so much work done in such a little time. It was a Herculean effort, and I think everybody involved needs a kudos. So, kudos.
Yeah, I would echo that as well. This has to be some kind of record for building a department and then a behavioral health department. I mean, not the simplest department to put together, to doing it in the amount of time. I did not think it was possible. So
Government's not designed to move this fast.
no, it's not. I did have one kind of logistical question. In the short term, I'm happy, and again, I'm glad that we had the facilities here in Goldendale and that Buildings and Grounds got in there and was able to do the renovations that needed to be able to have that facility. Most of the time, you can't do that. We don't happen to have an empty public building that was sitting there. And it hadn't really even occurred to me until you raised it in your update this morning, Aaron, about West End services. And, what do we need in the West End as far as for office space down there in the short term, so that they're not meeting in Aaron's office, although she's very gracious, eventually, that, and what is that going to look? I mean, the Pioneers Center is pretty well fully subscribed as far as I don't see us doing that. So would we have to be looking at, renting some space in the West End?
So we have, I do have a contract on my desk. If you'd like to review, I'd be happy to share that with you. I just put it back at the back of my comprehensive has offered to let us rent their building. I did not think that the
Listening
terms
for a
of
very
the-
favorable rate.
1.2 million a week. It's tough.
I think it's an option, but I think that we can do better.
Right.
I did reach out to Mayor Kiefler, and they're actually working on redoing the park center right now into some office space, and was also having some discussions with Culture Seed. They provide some behavioral health services on the west end of the county as well, and what we could potentially do as far as Culture Seed and us utilizing the park center space, have some cost savings, because we could partner on that and have both services in the same. So that's an option that we've looked at as well. But as of right now, I don't know that we know what it's going to look like. I think out of the staff that we have, about half's on the west side, half's on the east side. So there's pretty equal representation. I think with the final, I think it will depend on where maybe the director is from, what the needs will look like. So I guess long story short, I'm not sure what the needs look like. We've explored a couple of things, open to other options.
And just to clarify for myself, when we're talking about space, we obviously clerical office support, but also I assume treatment space is what we're talking. So, I mean, that's a little different facility than, an office necessarily. Commissioner.
And do we have any kind of a breakdown between percentage of our mental health crisis-y type stuff on the west end versus the east end? Is there some kind of a 50-50, 60-40, 70-30 breakdown that's ever been done, so that when we know we're going to build, X number of office space, we can build it according to what the percentage of the population is that's having the issue?
I'm certain there is, but I don't know exactly where. I'd have to find, I can find that.
As long as we get to that before we buy office space.
I think one of the important things we have to look at is the work we're doing with the jails and the courts. There's opportunities to have more robust services in Goldendale, where we're going to have individuals that are involved with the jail, involved with the courts. That's one of the things we should really look at. But I'm in complete agreement with Aaron that, time-wise, that's really going to help us. I think if we could bring in some community partners and be able to talk about it, that would help us really identify where the higher intensity services are. it seems that the majority of high intensity services, those 4 individuals that are being detained, are coming out of the jail or coming out of KBH. So looking at the availability of services within Goldendale is essential. We know we have needs down at Skyline. We know that White Salmon has needs as well, but it hasn't been the level of intensity.
Like I said, it was not on my radar until you mentioned it this morning. I was really focused on Goldendale and the Goldendale vicinity because of the jail component and that's a lot of folks, that's the interaction. We've, typically we've always said that we already run the largest mental health facility in the county. It's Bob's Bed and Breakfast. So, okay, well.
Won't argue.
Yeah. Well, I mean, that really is, and that is, so I think we just need to be cognizant of that as we look. So we are fortunate that we have facilities, we have space. It just happened to work out that way. So, but I don't want to forget about that we do have needs on the west end as well. Okay, any other questions, my other board members or comments? No?
Yeah, we might need to replace Sunday. She talks way too much.
I
and
know.
We can't get anything done.
I'm just getting started.
Yeah.
It's your
Yeah.
first meeting.
Yeah, say, actually,
This is a
wait,
really
I
thorough
suspect. Yes. Yeah, someday you'll have to gavel her down, but that's very strong advocate. That's good. Okay, well, if there's any other on this topic, Aaron or Chris?
I don't have anything, no.
Okay, great. Thank you. That's a really good update as far as it's one of those success stories that we don't get to actually hear about very often. So that government can, especially I'm gonna rephrase that. Local government can actually get stuff done.
Thanks, Chris.
I would not recommend doing that again, though.
Right.
We got another program for
Yeah, we
you.
got another program we're thinking about
Otherwise,
starting
Aaron's
up.
gonna be in the mental health.
Yeah.
Right. The president and the client.
Yes.
Um,
Okay, so that will bring us to our next order of business is approval of the 2023 meeting agenda. Everybody have an opportunity to review that. I think there's 4 meetings scheduled throughout, so it's quarterly, which obviously for folks listening, if there's some event or something happens, like, I don't know, a pandemic or something, we do have the ability to add additional meetings as necessary and have in the past. This is an aspirational goal that the Board of Health only will need to meet once a quarter.
Barring another outbreak of bat rabies.
Yeah, bat rabies or Ebola.
Does that ever get under control? That all get ironed out, the bat rabies over there?
yes, it did.
Okay, with that, I guess I would look for a motion to adopt the proposed 2023 meeting agenda.
I would so
Meeting schedule, I would say, would actually be a better term. So moved.
moved.
Second.
Okay, I have a motion and a second. Any discussion on that? Hearing none, all those in favor say aye.
Aye.
Aye. Motion passes. Okay, that brings us to clinical services fee schedule for 2023. Director Quinn.
We are to update our clinical fee schedule every year. We actually did not do it this year. We are working towards.
Everything was free this year. So.
That's actually not true. But what we did do is, I think we did this 2 years ago, the fee schedule, and actually when Paul looked at it, he remembered, and it had some questions about the last fee schedule. So what we did on this schedule is, we were pretty aspirational with what kind of services we could provide 2 years ago without, and we weren't a Title X provider, which is federally, we get federal funds to provide comprehensive reproductive health services. There are a lot of lab tests that are not covered when you're in that program. So Either I was paying the bill out of my budget or we were billing clients, and we didn't think that was appropriate, especially when most of our clients were, were definitely qualifying in the poverty level and just, they didn't need to get the bills. In addition to the fact that we're not able to follow up on abnormal labs that are more primary care based and not within the standing orders of our sexual reproductive health program. So there was a lot of lab work that was on our last fee schedule that's been taken off. And there's been a couple of just the prices have changed to be reflective of those Medicaid reimbursements. So then we have to have it approved every year.
What portion of the people who visit your office are in the D and E categories?
I just, without actually having the statistics, I would feel pretty comfortable saying most of them
Are outside of that?
Most of them.
are in the D and E. Oh, I'm sorry, it's backwards. Very few, actually,
Right.
yes, I'm
That's why I was
sorry.
like, really? Huh.
Pay full
I'm
price,
sorry,
yeah.
yes, very few have to pay full price. We do get a handful of those clients, but for the most part, most of them are in the A and B category.
Can you remind me and maybe us what the sliding fee schedule, what is the criteria? What is the breakdown?
It's based on income.
Is it
and
tied
it's
to like
it's
the
federal
federal
poverty
poverty
level?
level? Okay.
That right now.
Do they have to show you that income, or can they just bring you some other proof that they have FUD vouchers or food stamps or their kids in a school program, or do they have to actually provide you proof of?
I'm gonna be honest, I'm not entirely sure how they do it, but what I'm fairly certain is that we just say, how much do you make? You tell me you make $10, and I take you at your word. That's how it's been done
Good
in
to
the
know.
past.
Next time I have a heart attack, I'll be in public health.
Please don't.
Wrong place.
Yeah, I will get you to the right place.
Like
Public health
$50.
is not the right place.
That's because he donated the rest of his salary to the health
Good.
department.
I can call 911 so fast you don't know.
Okay, any other discussions on the fee schedule?
I say the prices scare me in E, but I don't think she has any E people, so.
I have one, and that
Okay.
is, when somebody comes in and they're in that range, are there referral resources that you give that maybe they might qualify for some?
They do. So for a lot of people that come in, if they don't have that insurance and they don't quite meet those income requirements, we do talk to them about getting enrolled in insurance and
Okay.
offering them resources for that if that's something that they qualify for. A lot of times the E people are just kind of like they're just the people that fall in the cracks. They're just a little bit too much, not quite enough, kind of. So.
Okay, any other questions? If not, I would be looking for a motion to adopt the proposed fee schedule for 2023.
I make a motion, Mr. Chair, to adopt the fee schedule for 2023 for the lab.
I'll second the motion.
Okay, I have a motion and a second to adopt the proposed fee schedule. Any further discussion on this? There being none, all those in favor say aye.
Aye.
Aye. Motion passes. Okay, approval of waiver of food fees for nonprofits.
So we talk about this every year, right about Thanksgiving. Dr. Ogden comes in and asks if we'll waive his fee for his community Thanksgiving event. And every year we say we should address this for everyone. And so when Dr. Ogden came in this year, we said, let's get this done. So essentially, and this isn't uncommon in other counties either, I think this looks a lot like some of the other counties that have done it. This will remove all costs to the applicant associated with any of their application review for food permits, permit generation, and field inspection time. So the health department will absorb that cost if it meets the requirements of and so there's an attestation form that I have included in your packet so that they will have to attest to being a nonprofit. So it'll be like for anyone who's maybe doing a fundraiser for someone who needs to get back on their feet after a heart attack or whatever.
And I see this as a 501.
Sorry.
I see this as a 501c3 status, which is charitable organization and not religious organization. That's, I think, a D or an E. Did we exclude them for a reason, or is anybody concerned with that?
I would consider them a community group regardless
That's
If it
kind of
was
what I
a-
would thought. So the C
yeah.
status there kind of scared me away from,
No.
because I think we should be removing the fees for religious organization, food gathering things as well, so.
I
that's
mean,
my only
yeah,
concern.
this was with the Thanksgiving meal in mind, so
Right.
it's the same, but, I mean, we can take the 501c that out
You could just
potentially.
take the C out. And
Okay.
it can be a 501 because there's A, B, C, D, E, the chambers in E, the religious, I think, are Ds. So that would be my recommendation.
All right, we'll remove the C from the attestation form. But otherwise, we're just asking for you to approve the resolution that will waive those fees based on the information gathered in the attestation form to ensure that those community groups that are doing fundraisers or benefit type dinners would have, we would waive the fees for those.
Okay, discussion. Okay, I did have one, and it's not, I'm supportive of this. I think we should do it. And maybe I'm fretting over nothing. As far as, I don't see any limitation on like number of events or something, and you could get where it does, I mean, there is some staff time that goes into this as far as again, for that Thanksgiving dinner or this or a fundraiser, it's not a big deal. We typically waive those anyway. But you could see somebody that it was an ongoing, they're doing a weekly thing that we have to have staff that's going and inspecting and doing stuff. And so I don't know if there's a way to, we obviously have, but if we enact this, it's basically the same for everybody all the time, and without some language that there could be some at the discretion of the Board of Health in case, again, I think I'm fretting over nothing, but I do worry because there is a cost associated with each one of these, and that we generally don't give out blank checks to things.
No, and I think the verbiage there that maybe you're looking for is that it's a temporary event. It's not an ongoing event.
Right.
It's a temporary event permit. So it's not
That's-
an enduring,
Right.
it's not an enduring event.
That's what I'm looking for, something like that.
So, getting back to the fretting part, with what we do at Public Works, we have to send them a bill first, and then we have to, is this in the same ballgame as that?
Wow.
You started the fretting.
I did.
If it helps or hinders, I don't know, but this resolution looks almost exactly like the Skamania County one.
That doesn't necessarily help.
said it could
Can
help
you
or
give me
hinder.
another example? Not that I'm dissing our neighbors, but every county has its own opinion and appetite or for conflict.
So just for clarification, the concern is that they might be billed first and then they get it waived?
Well, we've had an ongoing, we have just in general felt like we have had the ability and have for decades waived fees for different, using the fairgrounds for a charitable event, we waived the fee. You want to use the community center in Dallasport and it's for something, waive the fee. It's been raised that there's been difficulty finding our exact authority to be able to just waive fees. And the way we have kind of gotten around it is there is some language in RCW that allows us to basically cancel debt. And so we're like, oh, if we give you the bill, you actually get a bill, then we can forgive the bill. We can't proactively, but this would be something we really should. The concern would be to raise the issue with council and find, again, I don't think there's ever been any issue with the intent of what we're trying to do. We just have to find a legal way.
The timeline on which we can do
Right,
it.
to
Do
do
it
it.
before they get the bill, or do we have to wait until after they get the bill to cancel?
Right.
It's a legal interpretation that we need counsel to provide us.
Okay, so if we could hold the vote till the next meeting. I can have the PA approve it. And then also I was gonna say, just as a metric, we'll include those metrics for how many we give through the course of a year. So if at the end of next year, we've given like 3,000 out and everyone agrees that that was a terrible idea, we can take the resolution back.
Right. There's nothing one board does that another future board can't undo, so. Okay, I mean, do we have anything that's, actually, I think your scheduled meeting's in January, so it's not like so there's nothing that's really coming that's, that we're concerned about. Okay, so if the board, if I have consensus that we can hold this over so we have an opportunity to get counsel
More
on this.
fretting.
More, thank you, Mr. Fretful. Okay, let me spin back up to the agenda. Okay, we are to the public access portion. We are way ahead of schedule. So this would be an opportunity for public comment to the Board of Health. I will remind folks listening, and it should be, I would suggest that you try to confine your public comment to topics that are germane to the Board of Health. So is there anybody that wishes to provide public comment to the Board of Health? I'm going to start in the room. Not seeing anybody raise their hand. We'll get a chair for you if you do. If not, we're going to go online then. Is there anybody online that wishes to provide public health to the public, to provide public comment to the Board of Health? I have a hand raised. Vern, you are recognized.
Just to follow up with my testimony a few weeks ago on the Herculean effort that has been provided and done by the health department and the county commissioners and all the things that have been said already. There are a few of us citizens out here who know personally been involved with this sort of effort, and it's kind of the equivalent of getting, Klickitat County now has open heart surgery. It deserves a press release or some sort of some sort of effort to promote and the success that the county's done. I know you guys don't generally toot your own horn much, or how could I do that? It's monumental, and as I've said, it's we are now arguably the best mental health provider in the Gorge. Maybe we don't want to advertise this, maybe we do, but it's kind of an interesting dilemma that you've been so successful. I would like somebody to have a public recognition of this effort. That's what I'd like to say. I'm happy. Thanks.
Okay. Thanks, Vern. That's good. Although you did hear the term soft rollout where. Okay, we are still in public comment to the Board of Health. Anyone else online? *6, unmute yourself, turn your camera on, raise your hand either virtually or physically. Not seeing anybody. Okay, once more in the room. No? Okay, I will now close public comment to the Board of Health. Board member comments, good of the order. Any observations?
I have a comment, Dave Souter. Thank you very much for your time with the Board of Health. Multiple years. I don't know how many years you've served on the board, but your presence has been very important, particularly during the pandemic. And I appreciate much your ongoing support for Aaron Quinn and the department. Thank you.
Thank you.
This being your last.
This is my last, yeah.
Or E. coli.
Yeah, no, it doesn't, no. Good. Any other board member comments before we adjourn? No? Okay, with that, I would entertain a motion to adjourn the Board of Health meeting.
So moved.
Second?
I'll second.
Thank you, Sunday. I have a motion and a second to, keep it down, calm down, to adjourn the Board of Health meeting. All those in favor say aye.
Aye.
Motion passes. We are adjourned.
Sorry to pick on you Sunday. I just like citizen involvement in our citizen.
That's all good.
So
I'll get my feet.
I promised her
Then
she
look
could have,
out.
yeah, I promised her she could have a quiet first meeting.
she's gonna have a
Like,
slow
we had that
rollout, too.
agreement.
Yeah, slow rollout.
Would you want to
Thank
sign
you.
it?
Monday. Thank you, Paul, for coming. Okay, we are going to reconvene the Board of County Commissioners meeting, and we will begin with the Managed Care Provider MCO update. When these guys.
So we've asked the Medicaid, the managed care organizations to come in today and just to be able to have a discussion and kind of understand how they're going to integrate with the work that we're doing around behavioral health. And actually, I was going to have Chris, I think, introduce kind of everybody and just really the value of having them here today. He's still there. Chris, I think you're muted.
Sorry, I walked away for a second.
I know we are running a little ahead, but.
Yeah,
You definitely walk, you're walking right now.
yeah, literally, I had literally walked away. So one of the things that's important is that we have Beacon, who's been the administrative service organization that has really helped with the development of crisis services. And they've given us the foundation for everything we're doing around crisis, what we're going to do around mobile crisis services, and other specialized services, what we can do for the jails. That has been one of the best parts for us, has been working with Beacon. We have incredible partners, such as Daniel, that represents managed care organizations. And what we want is for the managed care organizations to be a partner in the building of services going forward. Currently, they cover about 30% of the costs for crisis services. But our challenges are more around how do we build services that the community is going to need and ensure that they can have access to it. So having coordinated care here, Molina here, United Healthcare, and CHPW are all, and AmeriGroup are all essential to ensuring that we have the buy-in of managed care organizations in ensuring funding. It's going to be expensive to bring in psychiatric services, and we want to ensure that community residents are going to have access to those services and available in a way that is near to them, so they're not going to be driving for an hour to get to an appointment. So having the managed care companies here, having people like Daniel is essential for us to talk about what the needs are of the community and what managed care sees as a vision for providing services in the region. So.
Chris, did you want everybody, do you want me to have, like, Leah, do you want to come say hi?
Oh yeah, I did.
Nope, she doesn't want to.
We can get more
That's
chairs.
okay.
There's no problem.
Come on up, Leah,
Come
because I
on
want
up.
to.
That way people can hear.
Sorry, I
Yeah,
can't
just
hear you.
say
You're gonna have to come
if
to
each
the
of
mic.
you could just kind of, so that they know who y'all are and
Yeah.
sorry. If I have to sit up here, you all have to sit up here too.
Right.
We're all in this together today. Here, you
So
can have this.
I'd like to say,
Yeah.
we've heard from Vern and we've heard from Chris, and Beacon has been the rock or the bright light that has allowed us in guiding us to get as far and as fast as we did. And we are incredibly fortunate that Leah lives here in the county and has provided so much of her time, effort, and wisdom helping us muddle through. And so I'd just like to say thank you, Leah. You
Thank you. Thank you, Commissioner Anderson. So,
went above and beyond.
yeah, I mean, so Beacon is not a Medicaid organization. Our role as the BHASO, or Behavioral Health Administrative Services Organization, primarily centers around crisis services. And so that was really our first focus was, how could we work with the county to ensure temporary services and then gradually move into kind of a long-term plan. Crisis services are funded in a combination of the Medicaid organization, 70%, and 30% from state general funds. And it's our role to kind of make sure that that all works. At a minimum, we have the crisis line and we have the responders who go and evaluate people for involuntary detention to the hospitals. But what we also want to do at a statewide level is expand to include mobile crisis services in all of our counties. The state has a really, really exciting vision, but it's going to take us a while to get there, which is, no matter where you are in the state of Washington, a mobile crisis team of a peer and a clinician will come to you in 30 to 60 minutes and be there to help address what is your need, how can we bring relief. And so we're excited about that. It's going to take time to build. But I think what we're here today is really, no matter how great you do crisis services, if you don't also at the same time build prevention, early intervention, ongoing treatment services, recovery services, you're just going to end up with a lot of people in crisis. And that's not good for the county. It's not good for the people. It's definitely the most expensive way to go to. And so I think what we need the Medicaid organizations to do is to be thinking about how can we build the rest of those services so there's a full continuum to serve individuals in the county, particularly those with high needs, those with really serious mental illnesses and substance use, and that may have ongoing treatment requirements also. So hopefully that's helpful for some context. And then I really think we want to hear from Melina, AmeriGroup, CHPW, and Coordinated Care.
Thank you. I think what's important is, I'm sorry, my name is Whitney Howard and I'm with Molina Healthcare. And I represent network management, so the contracting for the complex behavioral health services across the state. And I guess what we're here to do and what we've been trying to learn and make progress on is looking at kind of short-term and longer-term solutions, because we know it's going to take some time to ramp up. We took time to, hear from Erin kind of what her timeline kind of would look like in the best case scenario, maybe a longer-term scenario, knowing how things can work. And so we've been trying to work with some providers in Southwest Washington and Clark County, trying to get and see if we can build some temporary access. And we're still having some of those conversations, but so far we've had some interest and there seems to be some support. And we also have, I think each of us MCOs have, it's not ideal, but there's also telehealth options, both for mental health and substance use, for both on the youth and adult side. So I think it's what we're trying to do is really, I think probably all of us are building what continuum we can for now in the best way possible and in the fastest way possible. So that's what I guess that's really our big plan. I mean, I hope that we have something in the next couple weeks that we can say, more definitively what that short term could look like. And when I think of short term, I'm looking at least like the next 9 months, more like a 9-month type situation, and potentially maybe a little bit longer. But in terms of working with providers, we've been kind of using that as our timeline.
And I'm Tori Gildred. I'm the Associate Vice President of Behavioral Health for Molina. Whitney is the Associate Vice President of Network for Molina. And just to add to what Whitney said, I think the other important component in our partnership is also data. You were asking west, east, what, and so I think that's, shared partnership from the MCOs. We have that data. We can look at where we have areas of potentially low utilization along the continuum. And that will really help figure out everything from, where do you place your offices and your interventions, and also where you might want to double down, whether maybe it is the preventative services area. And then we know over here in the severely mentally ill, the SMI population, these are the areas where we're seeing lower utilization, but we know we've got needs. So I just want to point that out from the managed care organizations are kind of here to help also with the data and the population health aspects of these counties.
So what have you been seeing from the data? Has utilization in the county been going down according to your data sets?
So we've done an initial, just roll like a skim of, and especially in comparison to other rural areas. Klickitat County definitely, and even just the region, but generally Klickitat County has a lower utilization of our substance use disorder treatment rate and our mental health treatment rate. These are measures, they're not perfect, don't get me started on that, but they're homegrown measures that the state has created, the healthcare authority, to really look at, who has a diagnosis and who's accessing services. And they are lower, both the substance use disorder treatment rate and the mental health rate are considerably lower actually for Klickitat County.
So does your modeling or whatever data sets that you're using, does it recognize and incorporate that a lot of folks get their services out of Klickitat County, across the river? Is that factored in at all? Is there a bunch of folks that are, is that kind of baked in so that we're actually comparing?
Yes,
Okay.
because it essentially follows wherever you're a resident, and follows the member. So
Okay.
we can follow where they're getting care.
Okay.
And so those
When I go over the
members-
bridge, I don't drop off a black hole.
No, so just anybody who's a resident of Klickitat County who's on Medicaid, right? And so we can track for Molina, they have lower utilization
Okay.
than other rural areas.
Huh. Would be really interesting to dig into why that is. What are the factors as to why?
Well, we're happy to do that. We love to geek out on data. So that, I would say that's kind of this next steps is, as you all build this out, let us know what we can do, and we can do more deep dive, and that'll help inform all of us.
Yeah. I mean, because it could,
is-
and I'm sorry to, part of it may, it would just be really interesting to know, is it cultural? Is it, is there an educational piece that we need to do a better outreach as far as that people, that it's okay to seek these services, before you end up with Carmen as mandatory services, I would just be really curious what the factors are, what's driving that. Because generally statistics, that's why we rely on statistics, is because they're kind of universal across that you can compare. And so, why are we an outlier? What's going on here versus in other places?
Yeah, we can definitely in the next month do a little more deep dive for y'all.
So do you guys also have statistics on the number of providers per area or per unit per capita that can, is that something you have access to as well, that you can say, well, there's a lower utilization rate
Because there's no place to
providers?
go.
Yeah.
Exactly.
In the number of actual mental health providers, not like, somebody saying we're here, it's actually having therapists that are on working.
Right, well, I think to that point, what I would say, and some of the even initial data before we were looking at the treatment rate measures, we did look at just general utilization trends year over year in this region. And those trends didn't, in fact, to be honest with you, I'm sure Leah remembers my comment, well, the utilization really hasn't changed much, and I think what we came down to really several weeks ago, we came down to talk with providers, because one of the things is year over year since we got started, as we moved into integrated managed care, our data doesn't really show a significant drop off in terms of number of services. And so for us, it was like, oh, well, I know there's a lot of noise of what's going on, but should there be more services? Shouldn't there be, it wasn't like we saw a major drop in the volume of what was being provided for the complex behavioral health services. And so, but I think what we discovered, at least, or affirmed what some of the assumptions that I started developing, was perhaps the utilization has been lower for quite some time. It's not been an overnight, or we didn't just lose. I don't know that the community lost services as a result of maybe one thing. It might have been that there's been, maybe not enough services being able to be provided for a longer period of time where we wouldn't be able to see. And so that, I kind of felt bad about that initially, because I didn't really see the drop as would have been able to react. But now that I feel like we've had a lot of individual conversations and been working in your community a lot closer, more hands-on versus just looking at, some of our data, I feel like I feel like we have felt like it's kind of red alert status, and that we definitely need to develop those short-term plans and get them underway as quickly as we possibly can.
Could part of that also be because maybe the citizens, trying to be as politically correct as possible, have maybe given up on the providers that we currently or did have? So they just stopped making the phone calls. Is there some of that that could be factored in there?
I think so. I think that's possible. I think it's also, it's like there's a lot of contributing factors. Like one of the things, I look at what things that we can do differently as far as knowing that there's a problem. Are we doing a good job getting the information about where members can go? Even like right now, like we have telehealth services available statewide, and we can do a better job even statewide getting that information out, which we are. And so I think part of it is we can do some self-reflection of ways that we can do to make sure that providers and our members have better resources, and that our directory, our provider online directory is as useful as it possibly can be. But I do think, to your point, I do think that what you are saying is, a part, plays a big part of that.
I was gonna call on him, but you interrupted. Mr. Smith.
Hello, everybody. Sorry I can't be there. This is Daniel Smith with Community Health Plan of Washington. It's good to see your faces. I even see Carmen back there. Hello. I just want to echo what my colleagues and the other managed care plans are saying. Data can be very helpful. It could also be really confusing. We see a different trend sometimes with utilization as we trended over the last 8 or so years, 6 years. I think it would be really helpful to be able to sort of geolocate it if we can, as well as try to understand sort of what we're talking about in terms of high utilization, high intensity utilization, or regular outpatient data. All that information is going to help inform what I think we're now talking about is, this short term, but also the role that managed care organizations are going to play in the long-term sustainability. So when we're talking about year 5, as Chris mentioned, the managed care organizations are going to be critical factors in that, in partnership with all of the other folks in the table, all of your community-based organizations that have been really doing Herculean work over the last number of years that I've been able to come and work in Klickitat County. And I just want to mention something too that I think the managed care organizations can do when we do focus on is that early intervention, that trying to understand how to address the stigma around mental health. How do we invest as partners in the schools, in your soccer clubs, in your sports groups, in your faith-based groups? Some of that investment, comes in dollars, some of it comes in time, some of it comes in partnership. So I think I just want to make sure we extend that opportunity as we think about what year 5 and year 10 looks like. That we might not be able to solve all problems, but we can certainly reduce the opportunity for folks to go from 0 to 100 right into a crisis system by early interventions, by addressing those. And I know there's examples, really powerful examples in Klickitat County where communities and partners have come together to really address at the elementary school level, at the middle school level, at the high school level. That has brought families closer to services. So I would just want to make sure that while we also want to make sure that we're contracting with you, so I think that's another element that the managed care organizations are need to engage in immediately now that you're licensed with outpatient services, is get that contract language tied up and executed, but also really focus on how do we address those early interventions, early preventions upstream. And I'm sorry I can't be there today, but I'll be there next time.
Thank you, Dan.
Hi, Carmen.
Chris, your hand was up.
Yeah, thank you. There's 2 key things that I think we have to bring to the table. One is talking about statistics. One of the problems we've had is that Klickitat County has been lumped in with Clark and Skamania. So our numbers aren't going to show up. Klickitat is going to be overlooked in a lot of services. When we were talking about specialized services like the WISE program, which is there for high intensity needs for kids and adolescents, it's not present, and the data is being rolled into Southwest. So you're not going to see those numbers. It's going to take us this next year, this next 2 years to really build up and get a good picture of what the demand is. I think that there's a lot of demand that has just been moved elsewhere, that they've just accepted that there's no services. But it's also become a silo too, where services are going into the schools and that there's not a community presence for people to go to. So we have to look at that moving forward. Having, these key players at the table is huge because they're really going to be helping us ensure that the county is not going to end up bearing the burden of funding these services. And we want to ensure that the county is going to have a stable budget years from now. So the more that we can bring community partners and the MCOs to the table, the more likely we are to bring the services that are really needed. So.
Thank you, Chris. How long has it been since you guys have been involved with standing up an entirely new organization in a county, whether it was a county itself standing it up or somebody else?
I feel like with implementation through the integrated managed care, I feel like we stood up a lot in terms of it was very new working with insurance companies and submitting claims, and the whole process of the operations behind working with us versus working with the counties are very different. And so I feel like we have a lot of great material us the MCOs have created to do implementation and to help bring providers with us and really make sure that that the county is successful. And also just, it isn't just getting you off the ground too, it's that constant partnership to make sure that what we have created is working and that we're addressing anything, because you'll have the best design in the world, right? And then as you get into it, you might need something else, or this isn't working. And I feel like that's the partnership with MCOs and also Beacon, your crisis provider. That's where we try to come together and try to meet the needs. But it's not a just getting you off the ground. I mean, we feel like it's like that long term. We're still working very closely, making sure that providers are successful with the whole infrastructure of the business side. I feel like in the operations and giving support where we possibly can.
Commissioner Christopher, was that?
Yeah.
Oh, you're just moving it? Okay. Mr. Smith.
Yeah, no, I just wanted to add on there, I think you guys have mentioned it too at the commissioners, the local solutions are going to be the best solutions. And so, how do we partner? If you take White Salmon School District as an example, I think I've been working in that field, since like 2014 to have further development of coordinated care, North Shore Medical and Skyline, entering into their primary care offices and building out further capacity at their family practices. KVH as well has innovated incredible solutions to meet local demands. And all of that is really a homegrown coming together process where our role is to come in and help at subject matter expertise, contracting, funding, connections, collaborations. So I do think, and just watching the last 6 months of this process, you can obviously see that, the county and the partners come together and they need, additional support and relationships with us to continue that sustainability beyond the immediate crisis at hand. So I think there's definitely a desire to listen to what you guys in the community have already sorted out, and there are a lot of shining examples, I think, of addressing those unmet health needs.
Carmen. Come on forward. They
Otherwise,
gotta be
nobody
able
can
to hear
hear
you.
So real quick, I'd like to add that both Molina and Amerigroup have been instrumental in the jail for coming forward now and working with the clients as they're getting out of jail. Almost on a daily basis, I get a letter that I print off from one of the one of the groups to give to the inmates so that they know when they are getting out of jail, the places they can call for help and stuff. And then, of course, I just secured the $20,000 grant for the jail transitions from AmeriGroup. That's instrumental in this whole process that we're looking at. I think one of the biggest challenges that I know we face is that there's a 6 to 8 week waiting period for set evaluations. And we're seeing dual diagnosis issues. So we've got people who not only have mental illness, but they also have substance abuse issues. And so I think that's created these huge challenges, and they give up waiting for these evaluations, and then they ended up in crisis. So I think there's a lot of good statistics probably out there that we can get from all of them, and I can see what I can draw to out of the jail to assist with that. I want to thank everybody. I mean, we've all worked really hard at making things better for the county, and this department's going to work well, I think, building that. So thank you.
Thank you, Carmen. It seems like it was just last week when we were last in here talking about mental health, when things blew up. Last time you were in here, Leah. And I think at that time we said that, we're going to fix this problem one way or another. And well, if we have to, we'll do it ourselves. And we jumped into it with both feet. Mental health is probably, behavioral health is the last thing that the county wanted to do to create as a core county function and something that we manage when we look at everything else that we do. But it's our job to provide for the needs of the citizens. And it was very evident and clear that the needs were not being provided within the bounds of Klickitat County. And so far, I would have to say this has been an outstanding process. Sure, we've all wanted to pull our hair out multiple times. But the fact that the MCOs are sitting down with us and we're talking about the next stage, when we were talking about, let's just try to hope that we can get an employee or somebody to work or something. And then we hear that we already have 8 people that signed up that are within the community that are willing. So we knew that the employees and the personnel are here. These highly specialized, skilled individuals are here. But for some reason, they weren't doing the jobs. And now I think we've hit that critical mass where people see the need and they see that they're willing to jump on board and be a part of it. And so what was to me was starting out as oh God, I don't want to deal with outpatient therapy. That's a 3 to 5 year, hopefully over my dead body, is now something that it's needed now. And we can see the lessons that are being learned right now for the people that are currently falling through the cracks and are now having, rather than things that could have easily been moved off the plate, are now in Carmen's bed and breakfast. And we've got to get that fixed quicker rather than later because the costs continue to amplify. And I am so excited to see you both here and meet you in person. And thank you, Daniel, for being a part of this. And if there's anybody else from any of the others that are on there, I think we can get there. When we walked into this, my first thing was, when we were looking at a multi-million-dollar potential budget deficit, saying, yeah, I want to be there. I want to help. I just don't have the money to come up to the table where the MCOs, you actually have the funding where we don't have that ability. And I look at the Medicaid and I see that, and that I think is the vast majority of the behavioral health issues are people who are in Medicaid and Medicaid services. But I also have to be honest, and there's a lot of people who have insurance that work for the counties that have the same issues.
Trying to find care.
And they can't find care at all either. And they're losing their jobs and their families and everything else over it. And I think, when I look at, the course of my short time on this board, this is taking on the behavioral health situation, I think, is probably the thing that's given me the most the most joy and the most amount of, like I actually did something. And so, thank you to Chris. I mean, Chris has done an absolute amazing, outstanding job of, we'd get something back from the state and the state would be like, well, you didn't do X, Y, and Z to get your, behavioral health agency status. And Chris turned it around in no time at all. And it's like, was he just sitting on it, or how did he do it? Where did he pull that out of? And I think hopefully what it's done is that the MCOs and all the agencies can see that how serious we are about this and how we want to get this problem solved and fixed. And I personally want to see outside the box holistic care, whatever we can do. We're building something new. Let's build it right. Let's build it so that it'll work, so that people don't have to go and hang out with Carmen.
I love that. That's great.
Poor Carmen.
He's picking on Carmen.
I have to say, I think getting to the place where you got your BHA, I don't think I've ever seen anything happen so fast. That's pretty incredible.
He's pretty incredible.
Yeah, really, you deserve a lot of accolades.
That's huge.
I know we're short on time, but I would also online is Nicole Peppers from Swatch. I'd like her to quickly introduce herself as well. She's helpful and offered a lot of support to her.
Aaron, you wouldn't tell you're sitting next to that. Nicole Peppers, are you there? Can you introduce yourself?
Hello. Yes, I am here. Thank you so much. My name is Nicole Peppers, and I'm the Executive Director of the Southwest Washington Accountable Community of Health, or SWATCH. And we work with managed care providers, community stakeholders, and partners across the Southwest Washington region to support community, including Medicaid lives in our region, for more equitable health outcomes.
Thank you, Nicole.
Absolutely. And really appreciate, I just want to echo the sentiment and the appreciation of Aaron, Quinn, and Leah, two very incredible people and partners to have in this work.
Well, I don't know if there can be any more back patting in one day.
Well, thank you for letting me have my chance.
I got you a cake. I ate it.
Well, thank you, Nicole. Director Quinn, do you have anything to finish this off? Let the commissioners know our next step and where we're going and who's paying for it.
That's a lot of questions. So I'm just grateful. It's a big deal. If you don't work in the healthcare industry, it's a really big deal to get this many players at a table. So we're very grateful to all of you that were able to come here. We're very grateful for just the support you've given this county, understanding that there's an unmet need and literally dropping everything to come help us out. We're very grateful for that. You all came out and interviewed a lot of people in our community that had very impactful stories about the failures of the system, and are grateful for the support to rebuild that system, to hopefully not lose as many people in the cracks and have them, sorry, Carmen, end up at your place.
I know.
So it's exciting to be able to do this work, and I don't know what's going to happen next, but I'll let you know next week.
All right. I think we are a little behind schedule. So if anybody has any final thoughts, if not, thank you all so much for coming.
Thank you. Thank you.
And thank you, Mr. Smith, and thank you, Ms. Peppers.
Thank y'all.
All right. Moving on, we have the Klickitat County Ranchers to discuss the Sheriff's Timber Control Program, Cattle Patrol Program. And it says Neil, so Neil, you're gonna have to get up here. It's on my list.
Well, I'm Neil Kaiser from Centerville, a rancher in Klickitat County. I'd just like to give you folks a little bit of history on this cattle timber patrol. It's been working for the past 30-some years. It was started out by the cattlemen who have permits or leases with the timber companies in the county. And it was to protect the investment of the timber and the ranching industry against trespass, butchering, wood theft, destroying roads and property. It started out with one deputy, and as the size of this county, that just didn't work very well. So another deputy was added, and these fellows work from May through November, so many hours, and then they're on a different hour type of a situation through the remainder of the year. The cattlemen assess themselves a fee, and it's tied to a per head, the amount of cattle that they have on their range or their permit. And the timber companies assess themselves, and it's on a per acre assessment. And we feel that this program is needed and well worth the time and effort. And we are really paying twice a tax to be part of this group and part of the county. I might also add that the deputies that have been in this patrol over the years, they're available to the sheriff if he needs them for some other kind of backup or some other help, which has added a contributing amount of an asset to his potential and his budget for his time. So it's not just that the deputies are in the woods. They're there for so many hours, and they put in extra hours, and it does work hard for them. But if there is a need, they're also available to the county for other issues. And I would just be really strongly in favor of continuing this program. And at a minimum of 2 deputies, it would be nice to have 3. Maybe they could stagger the hours, but a minimum of 2, the size of this county and the amount of things that they have to take care of. And it's not going to get any easier than it has in the past. Thank you for your time.
Thank you, Neil.
Go ahead, Dave.
Yeah, Dave Wasgott with American Forest Management. I'm the district manager located out of Underwood. We manage about 60,000 acres here in Klickitat County for 3 clients, Broughton Lumber Company, DGS Timber, and Lupin Forest, which was formerly part of SDS. I've been a forester here in Klickitat County for 24 years. I've seen a lot of changes over the time, and one of the big thing is just the intermingled ownership that we have now. And so it's really kind of a challenge to patrol and keep track of what's going on, and having timber deputies as a resource to be able to go across ownerships to not only look out for cattle, but all the other things that may happen on the timberlands is extremely helpful. And they've always been very great to communicate with. And we've got trespassing and of course dumping and several other things that happen. Illegal camping, that's probably a big issue. And we're not trained law enforcement people. We go out there and explain to them, you got to move, this is private property. But it's really been helpful to be able to have the timber deputies to be able to kind of enforce that or encourage people to move on or whatever. So I know from just recently doing our budgets for our clients that they're very supportive. Everyone is. And I think it's a great value, and they're willing to probably pony up some more money to be able to pay for this program because it is valuable. And it's an opportunity to work as a cooperative group. We get a lot more out of the deal if we all work together. So thank you.
Thank you, Dave.
My name is Eric Beaker. I work for Western Pacific Timber. I'm their operations manager here out of Goldendale. We manage about 80,000 acres that you can normally see right there that you can't today. So I've been working this ground now since 2000. Originally came to work with Boise Cascade. This program has always been very, very important to us. one of the things that we face with is a lot of times we have a lot of trespass people with vehicles on our property. And that is a very, very dangerous thing. And I don't know how many times we've cited people, but having people running around on our logging roads when trucks don't know they're there, these roads are not designed for log trucks and passenger vehicles. And the deputies, the range deputies have done a really good job of providing us support. It's one thing if I catch somebody on the ownership and say, you need to leave. Sadly, over the last couple of years, it's getting worse. They're like, well, who are you? We have no legal authority to cite people. And what I've seen over the years is if people aren't cited, they're just going to continue to do it. And we're starting to get a lot more neighbors on our property. The amount of trespass vehicles on our property is growing exponentially every year. And it's, you know, this program is really important to us. The one thing this year when we were down to one deputy, it's hard for somebody who's over in Glenwood to be able to make it to our property. By the time they make it to our property, the violation and the person is gone. So which that means is then we have to pull a sheriff's deputy to come up onto our property, and that's taking away from the community too. Anyways, with that said, we're strong supporters of this program. We will continue to be strong supporters of this program. We want to see this continue with a minimum of 2 deputies. Our feelings is that with 1 deputy, it's too much ground and there's too many problems and the problems are only escalating. So thank you for your time.
Thank you, Eric. Is there anyone else in the room who would like to speak? Jim?
I want to hear why you're considering dropping the program before I ask for my turn to speak. I'm in the dark on what, if it's budget or some other concerns.
Thank you very much, Jim. Bob, you raised your hand?
I've had the honor to serve as a range timber deputy for 13 years. Had several partners. Dave Welch, Harold Cole, who's in the back of the room there. And I can tell you firsthand what these gentlemen described is minor to what you actually see out there. Mr. Sizemore, up on where he was ranging some of his cattle, 5 of them shot and just left to lay and rot. Cattle rustling, timber theft, poaching, illegal fires, campgrounds, which endangers the entire area if a fire gets loose. There is a real need for that. I did it for 13 years. At that time, we were self-contractors. It was changed to where they're part-time employees. I got no problem with that at all. But I can only stress that there is a real need there. Now, yes, I think it was Neil made that comment, they pay taxes. They could say, no, we're not going to provide the program. If we have a problem, we're going to call for a deputy. And I can tell you, gentlemen, we don't have that manpower. Because once you get in behind that gate and a couple miles up in the timber, number one, you got very few backup, if they could find you. And number two, you're pulling from the main workforce, from officers responding to 911 calls of domestic violence, other issues. So the program they pay extra for to have up there in the timberlands for the cattlemen and for the timber companies is an outstanding program. It doesn't pull from our main force, and it's additional help that they receive, that they pay for, and the county pays for. But I think it's an outstanding program. And I think it'd really be bad if we was to lose a program or only ended up with one deputy. One deputy would be better than none, but it'd almost be like having none, covering all the area that they have to cover. Thank you.
Thank you, Sheriff. Okay, would either of my seatmates? care
Sure.
to-
I'll go first, I guess. First off, to Mr. Sizemore. That sounds a little weird to me, but that's okay. It's all right. Yeah. Jim, how's that? That's better. First off, I don't think there's anybody on the board, past or present, that doesn't think this is a great program. I think this has been an excellent program. I was only really intimately involved in it as a commissioner, so for the last 16 years, but it has, when it was initially set up, it really was kind of a model of a way to kind of a public-private partnership is really what it was. I don't think that's the issue. The issue, and I do think, I don't think the, sharing resources is the public, meaning we, as it has said, this person is not private security to the timber and cattle folks. They really are. They're working under the sheriff, with direction. The sheriff can use them and we know that from experience that they get called off and do other stuff. So there should always and has been a public investment in that too, because the general public is also getting a benefit from it. I think the issue has come with we have just not looked at those contribution rates really since the program was initially set up, that the kind of the share, the split, the dollars are, have been static as far as on the part, and obviously the cost to run the program has gone up. So the public-private partnership has changed over time. And I think at least I have been interested in, we just need to have another conversation to come back in and see. I think everybody recognizes that, costs go up. We need to have a discussion about this is a valuable program and what's the appropriate level of the share between public and private based on what services get utilized by both the general public and the timber and cattle folks. So I think that's and the rest of the board will speak for himself. At least for me, that's my perception of what the concern was about. It was just, it's time for us to take a look at those contribution rates. And I kind of am sensing that's not no deal. We don't even want to talk about this. We want what we want. That's not what I hear. And I think that would be my advice as far as I think the board in the current proposed budget, we agreed to fund the one position with the caveat of let's have that discussion about what we need to do. I don't think there's ever been any that this isn't a good program. I think it's a great program, and I think it's money well spent.
Mr. Christopher.
Yeah, so to add on and over and above that, to me, what this kind of came down to is last year during the budget, looking at the actual agreement that the timber folks and the cattle folks did with the county is, Bob would essentially, or whoever the sheriff was at the time, would send you guys bills to essentially cover 1/3 of the program. The county would step up and fund the other 2/3 of the program. Well, looking at the budget, a lot of people either weren't getting their bill or paying their bill. So when the combined amount was supposed to be, I don't have the number in front of me, something like 18,000, but it was only bringing in 4,000 in revenue, we got a problem somewhere. So the argument from the board when we presented the information to the sheriff last year was, hey, this is a problem. Let's work on this. Let's get the funding back together. Let's send the bills. And they've apparently been working on that through Karen to find the landowners and send the bills and receive the revenue. The board has always said, and has through the budget cycle, and I'm sure the sheriff can attest, that if he brings in the third, we'll cover the 2/3. Two people, no problem. But with the last year and that not getting done, the board has said, okay, now you've got one, you got a year to bring the money back, and then you can have the second person again. So it comes down to the board trying to, in my opinion, the board trying to act in good faith on the contract that was written for 1/3, 2/3, and get the revenue so that we got a grant match kind of thing, and we're willing to do that grant match, but we have to see the revenue coming in.
Of course, I would agree with both my seatmates said, and I'm just a numbers guy for the most part. We bring in right at about $5 million a year in property taxes. The sheriff's budget itself is more than $5 million a year. I've been honest through the last two budget cycles that inflation is eating us alive. You know, right now, if we go out for contracts, bids are coming in 20 to 40% over engineers' estimates. Wages are having to go up in order so that people can still feed their families. You're seeing it all in your businesses, on your farms, on your ranches. We're all in this together. And in what both of my seatmates said was absolutely correct. I've always said that our timber range deputy program is the cheapest part of the sheriff's office. When you look at the hour, what they get paid per hour it's a lot less, and they deserve to be paid for their time as well. To go along with what Commissioner Christopher said, when I look back to the original agreements, it was, you know, 1/3 of that came through the timber, and that we're nowhere near 1/3 anymore. Even with a single deputy, and you look at the cost, we still aren't at 1/3 at our current, what if everybody paid, we still wouldn't be at 1/3. And so just like, you know, we've had to increase the cost of our everything through the planning department, all those fees have gone up. Our building department fees have gone up. Fees have gone up across the board, just so that we can keep the operations of this county operating. And so, like both of my seatmates said, I don't want to see the program go away, not at all. I think it's a very valuable program. I think we just have to find ways to make sure that it can be paid for. And the predecessors have always stepped up to the table to pay that 2/3 amount of that. And I want to work with you guys. What I really want to see is I want to see the numbers. Where are depredations at these days? Where are how many how many people are getting cited? We know the county is changing. We know the amount of people that are recreating here is on a logarithmic scale, and it's only going up. We know that, you know, people don't have respect for the land like they used to. And the culture is changing in a lot of respects, both locally and nationally. And I want those numbers to help make that case so that when we take it to the general public because some of the general public has that view, why are we paying for a private security force on these timberlands where these officers can go behind locked gates? I can't go behind the locked gate. Why can they? There is that perception. I'm not going to say it's mainly on the west side, but I'm going to say it's probably mainly on the west side. But that doesn't mean that with numbers, and I think we should be able to pull those, that we can't make that case in a very good way. I'd love to hear from you guys. You know, my fears right now, like I'm looking forward. I think our depredations are going to go up very soon when we look towards the wolves coming down and changing, you know, our cattle ranching, our business, our lifestyles. I think that, you know, having people out on the land that can be deputies and that can cite people rather than just, hey, I'm going to call the sheriff and they drive off. We've all had that happen, and well, what can you do? Not like you can do a whole lot as a private citizen. I hear what you're saying, Eric. And I respect everything that you said, Dave. People don't respect private property anymore. Let's just be honest. And I will say a certain segment of society.
Also, we're finding more and more squatters.
Yep. That's another one. I've been getting messages all about the people up Kilowatt Canyon and everywhere else on public property. And sadly, we can't do a lot on the stuff that's on DNR. But I think it's going to get a lot worse before it gets better, honestly. Hold on. Come on forward. Got to speak into the mic.
Well, I think I can speak for all of us. We're willing to sit down at the table and have that discussion. And we'd like to do it sooner than later, because this thing needs to get going again pretty strong, pretty fast.
Yeah, I would say, yeah, just, I mean, reality, it's Bob's program, it's Bob's department. He's already got I believe we've already kind of given him the consensus that we're willing to fund 2/3. So as long as he can come up with whatever he can come up with, you got 2/3 to go with it. That's a done deal. I don't know that, I don't need more of a discussion to pitch in 2/3. The discussion was done by previous boards, and I'm going to honor that. It's just a matter of how you guys get to the billing and landowner ownership, that's not here, that's in the sheriff's department for Karen or whoever else. And I don't have the numbers in front of me for that agreement, but I believe the original agreement was the combined parties paid something like 15 or 16,000, and then the county paid, you know, another 35 or something over that. I don't know if you have the paper with you.
Roughly 13,000 that was
Okay.
contributed.
So, and I don't have the budget. We can probably find it. It's under the desk, but it's like the same deal last year. The range deputies now, because they've moved from part-time to full-time, you move from 1 to 2, that program is costing budget-wise 200,000 a year, and we're not even getting the 15 anymore. We're only getting 5 or 6. So it's not only getting out of control up here, but we're losing the match. So that's all we want, is to get back to that equitable 2/3 match. And yeah, figure out the billing and who you're billing and how much, and agree on it of yourselves and with the sheriff, and get to that number, and we're signing the check for the other 2/3.
We'll gladly look at the sheriff to get something moved up.
And I think another thing is, you know, I know every one of you guys in here, there's a lot of other larger landowners that I think that probably aren't paying in, that could be paying in, and you guys all know them. And so having that discussion and bringing people together, I think we need to enlarge the tent of those that are willing to contribute. Come forward, Dave.
Yeah, I just wanted to mention, you know, we as timber landowners and ranchers get together at least once a year with coordinated resource management plans. So I think that's an opportunity where the sheriff can give us a target amount and we sit down and figure out how we allocate it. The other thing that comes up, and it's just been the nature of the business in the last 15 years, is there's a lot of land being traded, sold off, bought by other things. So I'm part of the problem, because I've got some new owners that haven't got bills. So I just need to know where to write the check, how much. So I think by doing that annually, like we do on some other things, and just checking up and saying, how many acres you have, this is your bill. So, you know, that's what I would suggest as part of the coordinated resource management plan. We'll try to divvy that up annually.
So, and I think this was based on one. it looks like the range deputy costs for, proposed for next year, $117,115. And that's for one. So that's the actual cost.
So, and then you could think that whenever you come up with whatever your final number, if you're trying to do two, every year you're gonna have to add, 4% of wages anyway to kind of bump yourself up a little bit, to stay at that status quo. But yeah, no, hopefully that answered Mr. Sizemore's question if he's got another one.
Come, so that we've got everybody listening, Bob, and I'm sure they'd like to hear you.
That 115,000, that includes benefit, medical and all that.
Right. The cost of the program.
That's the cost of minus the vehicle.
Minus the vehicle, yeah.
Does anybody, I mean, you guys all drove up here. I've never seen Keith not speak when in public.
Any other concerns that aren't?
It is recorded, so I understand why you're sitting down. Jim, come on forward.
Good time to hear if they have any other issues on any other things.
Yeah, no.
I just would like to say that Neil did speak for me when he said we were willing to work and keep this program solvent and working. And this is my second time at trying to save this program. I was a seatmate with District 2 when we had another issue just to end the program totally. And yeah, the old room was standing room only. I'd made a couple of calls because I was commissioner when we had the hearing on that, and I made sure that the people that were paying above and beyond what their taxes were to keep the program going had a chance to hear why the PA and the sheriff at that time, which is not what we have today, wanted to end the program. The only thing that I would have hoped that would have been different, I'm glad that Bob gave us the heads up that you were considering and talking about this program. I would like to have heard that from my commissioners, the other electeds that oversee. So
And
that's.
I apologize for that. I thought when we discussed it with him a year ago, he would have brought it up over the course of the year. So for me, it was kind of surprised that you didn't know.
Yeah.
Okay.
But anyways, thank you, John.
So I'm an action-oriented person, and it sounds like come on forward. It sounds like everybody's willing to sit down and talk. The question is when are we getting together? How are we doing it? And I don't know when the next CRM meeting is, but we all agree it needs to be sooner rather than later. And I'd be happy to attend if you want. And if you guys want to set a time with Bob that everybody can sit down, I'd be happy to come. Please.
My name's Harold Cole. I was a range and timber deputy with Bob for a number of years, and I'm still a reserve with the department. But point of clarification, none of the range and timber deputies that I'm aware of are full-time employees with the county. I mean, if you look at the hour sheet there, it doesn't say 80 hours. It says 80 hours, but I mean, we're not full-time employees. Right, so I don't have any idea what the cost is, but there's a significant difference between what a regular deputy is getting and benefits, et cetera, versus the range and timber thing. The other point I'd make is that everything that a range and timber deputy deals with it's the same things that a road deputy does. When you're behind the gates, you find exactly the same thing, whether it's speeders or somebody's got a warrant or, I mean, whatever. So I guess the last thing I would say is it's really handy to be able, as a range and timber deputy, to go help a road deputy if they need help and they're anywhere close by. And I've always made it a point, no, I'm not going to go help them on every single thing that they do just because I'm close by. But hey, if you've got an issue where you need another officer, that person's there to do it. So anyway, thank you.
Thank you, Harold. And I think that makes the good case of why the county puts in the 2/3. Right there. Is there, since we're all sitting here and you guys drove all the way here, is there anything else you'd like to discuss?
Any other topic?
Any other topics? Questions, concerns? I know everybody's mad about their assessments, but don't talk to me, talk to the assessor. It's a good way to think about it.
Right?
Well, he was in government once. Okay, come on forward.
I don't know that I have anything to add, but John Cole from, I work for Green Diamond, represent Twin Creeks Timber. We appreciate your time, and just that we would gladly support the program. The folks that, the Twin Creeks Timber folks are definitely on board with supporting the program. And then also just thinking about the collective, sometimes from a public standpoint, there's different, everybody in the room has different areas of property that they manage and different priorities in those areas, but the collective, public benefit of recreation on all of the landowners in this room is pretty high. So even though you might not be able to drive behind the gate, or you come up to a sign that, may not be exactly what you want to read, there are still a lot of opportunities that, the folks in this room do have a lot of control over. And speaking on behalf of, Twin Creeks, community is a big piece of what we believe in, and try to provide, public benefit in everything we do. It's not going to always be, universal, everything wide open, but just highlighting that fact that, the land that everybody in this room manages does provide a lot of public benefit in a lot of ways. So that's all.
Thank you, John. I would say, from my guess, probably half of the public or the privately owned land is represented in this room right now, in this county. I would guess it's pretty close to half. And you guys all feel the strain of, Portland and everybody else moving here and pushing on you and pushing on your way of life and pushing on the way you do things. And, you are the stewards of this land. You are the reason that everybody thinks this place is beautiful and paradise, and that they want to move out here and live right next to your property because you make it so beautiful for them. Yeah, that's besides the point. And, this is our paradise. This is where we live. This is the things that we do, and we do it not for money, because all you cattle ranchers know you don't get to count your time, the time value of it. But I want to say I respect everything you guys do, and the way you live your lives and everything you put towards the ground. And I'm more than willing to put the 2/3 in. Bob, you wanted to come forward too?
Yeah. It's kind of off subject, but it's not. You'd mentioned wolves, one of you did, concerns. We have a cougar problem in this county, a big one.
I thought you fixed that.
Well, we're working on it, and we've been doing a pretty damn good job at it. But I get a lot of pushback from the wildlife biologists, not the agents themselves, but the biologists, who have partnered up with the Mountain Lion Foundation. And I'm sure when they heard that I got reelected, their hair caught on fire. Because they made a big push through the Senate, with a couple senators last year, to take the sheriff out of the Washington state law, where he would not have, or he or she, whatever the case is, would not have the ability to use hounds to track down problem predators, bear and cougar, bobcat. Fortunately, folks like sitting in this room and a number of other people, probably about 37 sheriffs throughout the state, were able to, because a bill had gone to the committee. If it went out of committee, it would have probably get voted on and probably would have passed. They were able to kill the bill. I am sure they're going to try it again. And I've talked to sheriffs in Stevens County, Ferry County, and county commissioners in those areas. And they got a problem as well. Yakima County, Bob Udell, sheriff there, was telling me about they're starting to see more cougar in their county. When I say see cougar, I mean where it's a danger to the public or to livestock. If we get a call about a cougar just simply up in the woods, we don't go after that cat. But if it's in somebody's back porch or yard or around the livestock, we'll track the cat down. Now, I've been asked by people, why don't you just dart the cat and haul it off somewhere else? Some suggested Seattle, but I don't think that would be appropriate. But in any event, the problem with that, the game department did that when there was a cat in the city of White Salmon. Collared it, took it up by Mount Adams. It's either a week or 2 weeks later, same cat back in White Salmon. That time they euthanized it. We're probably up to about, since we started the program, not bragging about this, but why I'm telling you the number, because it stresses the problem we have in this county. We're up to about 27 cats so far. And that doesn't include what the game department takes, because they'll get calls occasionally and use hounds. So it is a real issue, especially with ranchers and farmers and timber companies and so forth. And bear are getting just about as bad. Population of bears increased. But you cannot convince the biologist of the wildlife department that there is a cougar problem. I just ask you to use your common sense. Cougar hunting with hounds by citizens has been outlawed for damn near 30 years. Been a long time. That cat is at the top of the food chain along with the bear. That cat multiplies a lot. Boot hunters, they get by a tag, they're lucky if they've come across a cougar. And then they're limited on how many cats can be taken out of a game unit, like 4, then it's shut off. That would have no effect on the 27 cats we've dealt with. And the last several cats we've dealt with have been on people's porches or under their house. That's a real danger. And I hope, and I told the wildlife department as well as the Mountain Lion Foundation, as sheriff, my responsibility is to the citizens of this county. And I will use hounds to go after, and that's within the law, the RCW. I never want to be in a position where I have to tell a parent we found a child half eaten by a cougar. Now, that's not gaslighting. Stevens County, an 8-year-old girl was attacked about 4 or 5 months ago and damn near killed her. She was in a coma for a week, I believe it was. You see the little thing, all scarred up. She's just lucky to be alive. So those cats are dangerous. They're a beautiful animal, and we don't kill them unnecessarily. But if they're in this county threatening livestock, domestic pets, or public safety, they will get tracked down. Only reason I bring that up, I know it's going to be an issue soon because of my reelection. The Mountain Lion Foundation, I'll guarantee you, will come after it. And that's fine. I don't have a problem with that, but I don't want them to change the law, and that's where they're probably going to try to hit us at.
Mr. Chair. Yeah, you should be aware, this was the long session, which means the short session, just because it's killed, every single bill that died in the the long session is back to life. When they convene, they don't have to reintroduce it. They don't have to do anything. Because the biennium, a bill is alive for 2 years.
Okay, that's good to know.
So,
Now, I understand though, Dave, this was killed in committee before it ever got out to be voted on.
it would still come back. That means it's not really dead. It's sleeping. It's timed out.
I'm sure they'll wake it up.
And every one of them is automatically woke back up when the session reconvenes.
Right.
And that's one thing people don't realize on any topic, that you always think, oh, well, we
Yeah.
already dealt with this. And it's like, no, that was last year.
Yeah.
It's not over. The end of the short session, it would have to be reintroduced the next session, but it is still a live bill.
That's good to know. I did not know that.
Yeah.
Nothing is ever dead.
Nothing's ever dead.
And I would probably shouldn't say what I'm going to say, but you know me, I can't keep my mouth.
You, Dan?
I support your cougar policy, but every time you speak on it, it makes me cringe. Because I think you speaking on it is what causes everybody to want to shut it down. That I wish you'd just kill them all quietly. Because I think it would.
Well, I know. No, I know where you're coming from, and I've had people tell me that. But I'm not gonna back down to a bunch of libs that want, you know. It's just, that's my nature, and I'll pay the price for that probably someday. But they have no doubt in their mind where I stand on the issue. I do not do press releases on cougar kills. Do not. So I'm not wagging that rag under their nose. But yeah, they need to know, and I think and I had the guy from the Mountain Lion Foundation tell me, had a big meeting with him. He came in from Montana. There was a gal coming in from Utah, and we had a meeting in our office. And they're saying, well, Sheriff, we understand, you know, and it was shake and grin and niceties. And he says, but you know, ranchers, they can build fences and stuff. Can you believe that? And ranchers can build fences. We can kind of understand your concerns in public areas, like town. But, you know, there's ways of dealing, educating people. And I said, well, that's nice, but no, we're not going to change our program. If that cat's a danger to livestock, public, or domestic pets, we're going after that cat. So when they got up to walk out of my office, swear to God, he standing in the doorway, he turned and looked at me and said, Sheriff, I'm going to be totally honest with you, which would imply he hadn't been, right? He says, we do not want another sheriff's office in this state starting that same program. That's what they're scared of. That Stevens County or Ferry County or Yakima County may start to follow the same program. And then if that happens, they see more cougars would be dealt with. So, you know, they're most certainly entitled to their viewpoints on those things. They're most certainly entitled to their feelings about what I'm doing or negative against me for that. But my job ultimately is to protect this community. And I don't mean to sound corny about it. I believe that. And if that means taking cougars out, or at some point wolves, they start chasing livestock. They're no different than a pack of dogs that are allowed by law to be shot.
West of 395, are they?
What, wolves?
Yeah. Have they changed that?
I have no idea whether they changed it. I told some rancher, if you shoot one of those wolves, you call me and tell the game department the sheriff told you to shoot it.
Okay, well, I just remember the liability in the last, when I went to the wolf advisory committees, it was still a federal offense if we shot a wolf west of 395 until there were so many there. I can't remember the
My
numbers.
understanding, the ones here are not protected by the feds. I don't know.
Okay, well, let's look into that a little bit more. But on that note, from the cattlemen, is there any update on the virtual fence meeting that we all went to? Has anybody continued down that path or discussions with the conservation districts or anything?
Haven't heard anything.
Okay.
It's probably up to the county to get some towers on their towers.
Somebody's got to lead. I'll talk to the conservation districts and see if I know the virtual fence guys are really busy and backed up, and there's a lot of interest all over the United States, but I'd like to get at least some trials around here, especially when those wolves show up, and then we can have better numbers and understanding of where all your cows are and everything. All right, gentlemen, thank you so much for coming, and ladies. Somebody give me an email on when that group's going to get together, talk about the numbers and all that. And I wanted to thank all of our large timber landowners for showing up as well. It's good. And if you guys have cards, could you drop them off with the clerk, Dave and John? Thank you.
I'm gonna step out. I gotta see.
Okay.
That's okay.
Yeah.
The first thing we do is agenda.
Yeah.
What's that?
Yeah.
We're gonna do
No,
agenda
no.
real quick, right?
He knows.
Okay.
Whenever you're back.
Okay, I'll be back. I see my person's here. You wanna go for a second?
Okay, next up, we are going to move on to the consent agenda.
Ms. Clerk, Madam Clerk? For the record, Commissioner Sauter had to step out for a minute. He'll be right back. So we're gonna do the agenda without him. Mr. Chairman, I move that we approve the consent agenda with 10 items.
I will step down and second the motion. Is there any further discussion?
No.
Hearing none, all those in favor signify by saying aye.
Aye.
Aye, motion carries. Okay. You want-
Mr. Chairman, I move that we pay estimate number 2 to All Seasons Heating and Air Conditioning Incorporated in the total amount of $40,338.82, which contains $1,967.75 of retainage and $2,951.62 of sales tax for the Pioneer Center HVAC Replacement Project 2021, KC 9-3-C20006 and C21005.
I will step down and second the motion. All those in favor of pay estimate number 2 to All Seasons Heating and Air Conditioning signify by saying aye.
Aye.
Aye, motion carries.
Mr. Chairman, I move that we pay estimate number 1 to All Seasons Heating and Air Conditioning in the total amount of $71,795.50, which includes a retainage of $3,502.22 and $5,253.33 in sales tax for the Pioneer Center HVAC Replacement Project 2022, KC 9-3-C20006. Bunch of me zeros.
All those in favor, I'll step down and second the motion. All those in favor of pay estimate number 1 to All Seasons Heating and Air Conditioning, please signify by saying aye.
Aye.
Aye, motion carries.
Mr. Chairman, I move that we pay accounts payable warrants in the amount of $348,069.28 and the payroll benefit warrants in the amount of $1,091,071.59 for the date ending November 28th, 2022.
I will step down and second the motion. All those in favor of paying the bills signify by saying aye.
Aye.
Aye, motion carries. All right, thank you.
On time again? No.
Huh? What?
Wondering if you're back on time again.
No, not quite.
Kind of wouldn't mind a 2 minute. How long are we gonna go?
We've got the Finance Committee update and board pending. And somebody's here for something, so you might as well.
2 minutes.
We're good.
You need 2 minutes?
2 minutes.
All right, we're gonna recess for 2 minutes.
Wait, while you can.
You want to turn the recording off? All right, we are back in session. Is Greg Gallagher? Oh, no, we're gonna, wait, I thought, Renee. Didn't, just changed your mind? Oh, did you just have something on the consent? That's all you? Oh. If I had questions, it wouldn't be on the consent.
Right.
Thank you, Renee. All right. Did you have something?
I don't know if you want to wait till Commissioner Sauter is back in the room. I'm just wondering.
Better start with an attaboy.
If there's any direction from the commissioners or thoughts on the filling the soon-to-be vacant Public Works Director position. If Mr. Chair is gone next week, that puts us in the middle of December. So,
He's running out to grab the third party.
Sorry, we gotta have the dinosaur.
the dinosaur.
Thank you, Mr. Chair.
Is that Mike loud today? There was a guy talking. It
Oh, yeah, he,
sounded really loud.
I think he was right there.
Commissioner Sauter, I just brought up to the other commissioners, if there's any direction from the commissioners, from the board on the filling of the soon-to-be retiring Public Work Director position. The board chair is gone next week, which would put us in the middle of December to have at least a discussion. So I just thought I'd check in.
Okay. Have we been having a discussion as
No,
far
we're
as?
starting that right now.
Oh, okay,
We
right
waited for
now.
you.
Oh, okay,
They
you
wanted to
waited
wait
for
for
me.
you.
Oh, okay. I had, I'd had a discussion before, it's obviously wow, that seems
That is
extra loud today. It's a loss for us as far as the current director, and, we're certainly happy for his retirement, and I meant everything I said this morning during the session, that he's built a first-rate organization up there. I'm wondering about, and also just some historical perspective as far as I was relating about how when we had the vacancy 14 years ago, how, granted, that was 14 years ago, it's maybe not relevant, although I don't know that finding a public works directors has gotten easier over the last 14 years. I mean, because it was very difficult. Obviously we need to replace the position. I was kind of just kind of thinking out loud about, is there, we have staff on hand. Is there something we could, is it wise to have kind of an interim solution while we look for a long-term solution, or do we want to just bite the bullet and go for it? Because there are folks on staff that I think could fill the role at least in an interim basis. And I don't know, I want to really have a discussion with my seatmates about that.
I think just in terms of the process, so should you choose to post this, we'll have to establish a salary because that position is currently on contract and does not have a range. So we could do, a fairly quick salary survey of the Gorge and counties within our group and other counties. But to do that and then, to get it back to you is probably a week or two. If the chair wants to be here, it's 2. And then to post it's probably a minimum of 4 weeks for a position like this. Posting positions this time of year can be tough, anyway. So we're reasonably looking through the end of January to reasonably get somebody. Then you're going to interview, you're going to screen, somebody's going to need to give notice. You very well could be into February. So having an interim, somebody's going to have to be.
And so somebody's got to
sign the documents and be in
Right,
charge and pay the
right.
bills. And so that's probably a worthy discussion for a department of that size. Have an interim or interims.
Well, what happens when the director isn't there right now?
We have deputy director.
Right. And so if the director is retiring and we don't have somebody and we haven't advertised, then the deputy
director
is the director at the time.
Right. So I guess in a sense, we have a built-in backup.
I hope that was the idea, right?
Right. That's why you have a deputy.
Making the implicit explicit.
Right. Yeah, I want it to be clear, because especially where, everybody thinks the winter is the easy, there's nothing going on. That is not true at all. There are, in some, it's like 2 different seasons, and I'm talking a little bit out of school. But my perception is that you have your construction season, that's a different set of, getting stuff ready to go out to bid and getting all those projects and, managing those. And then we have the other season, which is maintenance. And then we have the snow removal season, which in some ways is the most stressful time for public works actually has the most interaction with the public. And so I just want to be clear that we have that the chain of command is intact, and so that those service, I'm sure they will, but as you said, make it explicit as far as
Well, we
what we're
should,
doing.
it's worthy to note that the director had a full-time job plus, and the deputy director has a full-time job plus.
Right.
So in the absence of the director, the deputy director and others will be taking on additional duties and responsibilities, which they do now occasionally based on vacations and other things, so.
I think the main question was, are we posting this or are we just doing it internally? And my recommendation would be posting, so even if we do it internally.
Yeah, I think you should. I don't see any issue with you post, and then I would certainly encourage internal candidates if they're interested and qualified to
Come up with a plan of how that's gonna work, which job duties are whose.
Oh, yeah.
I would be in favor of posting it and finding out what that range is, because even if we do something internally, we're still gonna need that information.
Right.
And I would also, knowing that it's more than a full-time job, having the deputy step up, until filled, have that separated out between those duties and given out, because some of the duties that the director had, the deputy director cannot do. And so,
Engineer.
yeah.
So what
beginning of thing.
I would expect, and I can talk to Gordy, that they would present some kind of interim plan about how they're gonna operate the department, the various functions of that.
Right, I'd love to hear from Gordy.
Yeah. So, and they may already have that determined or.
Well, I still can.
Or be talking about it.
I think we have something on the 15th, have them try to come in on the 15th.
And I'll have salary information by then, and so then if you want to choose to post it, we'll have as much information. I've already sent you the job description. It's a good time to look at it and see if it needs updated, changed. So I've already sent that to you today, so you'll have that.
Okay.
All right.
15th, I would like to be able to sit down at that workshop and maybe even invite the prosecutor on going forward in a new year with board functions, board policies, public comment, policies or potential changes, and have that discussion on what can be done.
What you can and can't do.
And that would be a good time to do that too, so.
Is that the Christmas party day too? So,
Oh, yeah.
well, I mean, it's not all day. I got to come early to put my ham in anyway, so might as well doing some work.
That's right, we're gonna be here anyway. You can't scoot out at 11 o'clock.
Not to add to the day, but
Upstairs.
wasn't then another topic come up today you wanted to have a workshop on? Oh, gotcha.
Right. Gotta fill that day up.
I knew Lee had it. You were on top of it.
That was a test.
Do you know if there's any?
Thank you, Commissioners.
Thank you.
Next week, on our short schedule?
Yeah.
Well, that was gonna be
got other public meetings because this is Manning's crunch time.
busy time, right?
Right.
So that was my question, understanding I'm the vice chair, but I'm gonna be via remote.
Right.
So I may not
You're the man.
have full access to every document or whatever. So how would be the best way to do that?
You can, in the chain, the acting chair can delegate if you're more, because usually it would make more sense, the person in the room to run the
That's kind of my
meeting, because it's hard.
It's a lot easier.
It's a lot easier than trying to manage it from the Zoom.
From Zoom land and not knowing who's here.
Who's here,
speaking.
can't see.
But then I can't really do a bid opening either, so you're gonna have
Right.
to step down and do the bid opening.
Right.
So, but that's how I would rather do it, because I
Okay.
think you kind of gotta be in the room to be. the
Right.
chair.
I think we can work. I think we can make that work. Right. And we'll have to
If y'all
think
wanna pay for
about.
my, internet on the airline,
Yeah,
I can
and-
log in.
$15, I'll pay for it. And I'll just take the day.
No.
$15. Plan Alaskan?
Maybe, I don't know.
See, $15.
Is that it?
Yeah.
Probably
Maybe I could
Alaska
log.
if you're going.
If it's direct, yeah. I
Direct.
think it was Alaska last time. I might be able to try to log in. I ain't got nothing else to do. I'm sitting on a damn airplane.
I open that damn thing up and see you on there hanging mine up.
What are you,
Then
you're in
had to
Vegas?
Come out.
Yeah.
And then it cut out, right.
Yeah, we probably both
Yeah,
need to be
yeah, I
there
think
for when
that's
one of
a
them goes out.
Bad idea, yeah.
Bad idea.
Executive. All right. I would like to be there for that discussion. Maybe I'll just pay the money with my company credit card. We do have no finance committee today, board pending. I just got an email from Rhonda Smith. They're thinking about having a potluck lunch on Friday, the 16th, which is the day after up here. And she wanted to confirm with the commissioners. I said I would go. And then they asked if we agreed to bring the meat. And my answer is any leftover meat's coming with me.
I mentioned this to Nancy earlier, that it's not that I'm opposed to the idea. I just think on short notice, short planning, having it the day next to trying to cook and prepare meats like that is a chore. I think in the future, I think it can be done in the future, but I think in the first year, that's a big reason.
There's not a lot of people down there. That's the difference.
That maybe in the future, one commissioner can apply the food to that event, and the other two will cover the meat to this event. But
I'm just taking the leftovers. We usually have leftovers, right?
I
You
just know my
remember?
meat is an all-day event, and I don't know that I can make that happen.
I think I
But I'm
will
gonna
this,
be
there
here
was,
for
that's
it.
why I went to two hams, because there was nothing but like a gnawed-on bone.
My point is, if you don't
When it
get
was
out of
one
here-
ham.
If you don't get out of here until 10
Right.
o'clock at night, how are you supposed to prepare the whatever you're doing for tomorrow?
Right.
Well, that's why it's
So there
leftovers.
needs to be a little bit.
Yeah,
of-
I think better planning in the future as far as a break. As far as for this time, I mean, a ham, I got the easy job because you just heat it up. It's already done. I'm not smoking it. I'm not, yeah. So
So anyway, but-
So I guess I'm gonna take the leftovers. Are you gonna?
I'll bring it,
bring
I'll
it.
either bring my leftover or,
I've
because
You don't
ham's
have to- I
always
mean, we
good.
don't need-
It don't go
just
bad.
kinda heard there isn't usually leftovers of meat, but maybe I'm wrong.
Oh.
I would hate to show up with nothing because it all got eaten here.
Well, that's too, fine too. We can always make a ham.
Right. Like I said, I know there'll be a ham. That'll be the commissioner ham. How's that? Not the leftover. I'll just get another.
Leftover my hammy?
Right. So that we're covered. Why don't we just do that? I said I'll donate, it'll be the commissioner ham, not the perf down there, because that's easy to.
Are
just-
you available? I'm gonna respond back to.
Yeah, I'll go.
What time is it?
I don't know. It's Friday, probably lunchtime on Friday.
That's true.
And it's not, I think we did this one time down there. That was probably, obviously it was pre-COVID. And there's, some folks, because we have staff folks down in the West End.
Who apparently feel left out.
Yeah. So we did have, they like to have a little get together, so.
I'm just one of them planning guys.
What's
doesn't
that?
Like the last minute things, and I'm not gonna be here.
It's 2 weeks.
I'm not gonna be here for most of that.
Right.
Well, good for you.
Like I said, you don't have to fret about it.
I appreciate that.
It's easy. I'll manage that as far as you throw a ham in a thing and heat it up. That's. Yeah, just tell her we'll bring a ham.
I'm doing it right now.
Because it's kind of the same thing, is that you don't need, that would be way too much food for the, one of each item for the group down there would be way
Well, that's what I
overkill.
was thinking.
Yeah.
Worst case scenario, we have one commissioner doing that one.
Right.
The other two would cover the.
I have this idea that is kind of what we did one time too. The one time maybe we did that.
Okay. Thank you for stepping up to the plate there for your very last
My
act.
last,
Your hurrah, goodbye,
I
Cam.
like ham leftovers anyway, so.
There you go. All right, is there anything else for the board pending? Yep, we got an email.
Yeah, please read the email.
Oh, where?
I don't know that I've seen that. While he's looking for that, I will.
Okay, Miss Snell, Miss Hochter and I accept Commissioner Anderson's counter offer on November 4th, 2022. Please send us the proposed contract for our review.
We didn't change.
That was sent yesterday.
We didn't change the dollars, though, did we?
No, I told him it was what we offered. And
Right,
this
so it
is
was
the
a
reason why.
And this is the reason why. Wow. Okay, good
So
news.
it's just a matter of being firm. The question I have is, again, legal interpretation. Because I think we have a judge who says they can't do it legally. I think we have a legal interpretation that's different. I think we have a judge that says the attorneys can do it, but we have a legal interpretation that's different. So the last thing I want to do is assign the case management to the attorneys if what I remember hearing that they can't do it, we'll find ourselves with a problem. So I think we need to sit down from our council and our council tell us how it needs to be done. Because if we just go assign it to the attorneys and we're wrong. and
Okay,
then we
hold
get
on.
Sued over it. And
Here's what I sent to them in the counter offer. Okay. Having reviewed the Supreme Court order number 2570, whatever, we have found that the management and oversight of the public defense services should remain with the Board of County Commissioners. This includes awarding, renewing, and terminating public defense contracts, which we just did, adding attorneys or removing them from the assigned counsel list, which we just did at minus district court, monitoring caseload limits, which is what I was doing, compliance with contracts, policies, procedures, and standards, and recommending compensation, which we just did. See section D2. As for assigning attorneys in individual cases, since there is no public defense agency or administrator, a judicial officer will appoint a qualified attorney on a rotating basis from the established list of assigned counsel or contractors. This is what they'll do at district court. Okay, you'll have the list and they'll assign each
It's on the
list.
list.
that's judicial, but yeah, but.
Okay, with the reduction of the assigned cases and the fewer trials, with the commissioners maintaining the list of qualified public defenders, we would propose a one-year contract to maintain our offer at 11% increase for 2023 period of $119,800 each, with a total budget of $239,760 combined. The commissioners will expect a report quarterly of the number of signed cases, total open cases, and hours spent on each case to ensure caseload limits are not exceeded.
Well, that's all fine and dandy, but I don't know that you stayed in there who's gonna assign the superior court cases,
So,
which is our problem.
so I did, I just said it in there. So the judicial officer, the judicial officer assigns,
Who's the judicial officer?
that's
The judge.
the judge.
At least that's what
Or-
that's what I'm
or-
hearing.
The judge is saying they can't do that.
No, they can't create the list. But because according to the updated stuff from the Supreme Court, the judicial officer can use the rotating basis. We have to create the assigned counsel list. So we give them the list. So there should already be a list that they currently use right now. We probably need to reach out to those people and make sure they want to be on the list for next year. And so we create that list. I think all that is pretty easy. The next one is who pays the bills. I think we're gonna add some work over here on who pays the bills. But for the most part, I mean, you sent a pretty good email to me that I have to find it on. So we've got a few things left to work out, but I think, as of this morning, the majority of that got worked out.
As long as we're not doing anything crosswise.
So,
It gets us sued down the road and I hear, I told you so.
but remember, the PA, he was saying absolutely not, we don't want to pick those. You let them manage
That's what I was
their
saying, but
own,
that's-
especially at the district court level, because they both work district court, they could pick themselves the whole time. That's where I think we get sued.
Okay, so it sounds like we're managing, we just gotta figure out how to do it.
Learn how to do that billing.
Yeah, the
I
bill.
will reach out to the district court clerks and ask them for lists, just so we have them, then I'm back.
Yeah, and I'm sure they're used to it, so if we have to run off and do little 1-hour trainings here and there to do billings and figure it out, I'm sure they will walk us through it.
They'll be very.
And I'm sure you're gonna counter train your staff.
Yeah.
And, okay. All right, well, that sounds fairly, at least moving. Not handled, but moving.
No, we're moving on that one, but thank you for bringing it up. Is there anything else? I have to go pick up my car, so before
I
that closes.
pick up cat tranquilizers.
You're gonna tranquilize all
I
the,
don't just shoot my cougars,
I was hoping you'd have a good one on that one. There you go.
No, I gotta
HR.
fly my mother-in-law's cat with me to vacation and drop it off.
Uh-huh. Yep.
Oh, yeah, I don't know. My mic's not on. It's probably worded over there.
Are you ready for a motion
Yep,
to
any
adjourn,
day.
Mr. Chair?
Please.
I would make a motion to adjourn the regular meeting. We have no workshop scheduled this week.
I would second the motion.
There's a motion and a second to adjourn the meeting. There are still 26 people online, and I would like to thank each and every one of you for being here through this very productive and positive day. Actually, one of the better feel-good days we've had in probably a year.
Right?
All right. Thank you all for tuning in. We'll see you all next Tuesday. Have a great day.